My name is Kacper. I am from Poland. I'm 19, and my team name is Model 7. My other teammate is Adro. I would say his main brawler is Sprout. He's from England and he's 18. Other teammate is Jack. He's from Poland. He's 17 and he usually likes to play Piper and other sharpshooters. In this tournament, yes, but we also have another teammate. His nick is Thais. He's also 17 and his main is Rosa. He's from France, but he couldn't compete with us because of the tournament rules. So me and Tejo started playing together over a year ago, and that's when I began my competitive career because I started playing with him, and Jack joined us in August. Yeah, it's our first very serious experience. Obviously, we play monthly qualifiers each month, but we didn't get to the finals yet, so it's our first major experience. Yes. No, I don't know my group. I don't know our group yet, so I'm not sure who will be faced. Usually, when we practice, it's the World Championship competitive format, which is quite different from the Gamestars one. So we are not fully prepared for this tournament, but when we practice, it's the World Championship maps, few games for each map. But since the maps are different now, we don't really have very refined strategies. Well, we motivate each other, we accept some mistakes and try to point them out, but in a polite way without making anybody feel guilty, and we just go on voice chat and hope for the best. Oh no, we are definitely close friends. It's very important for me to be in close touch with people I'm working with, so I think it helps, and I can definitely say we are good friends. Well, our first goal is to get out of the group stage and then just play as well as we can.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Gamestars tournament. We got Group B coming up today. Some excellent matches for y'all to watch. We got Golden Age, Module 7 Purple, Mood Gaming, Cyber Empire. Teddy, it's great to have you here today. Any of those names ring a bell?
Yeah, we definitely have some familiar names playing today. We'll see that in a moment when we give a look at the bracket, at our schedule for today. But man, I'm excited. This is going to be quite a fun group to watch. Yesterday was already a blast, despite, some disparities if you look at the skill level of certain teams. We had some pretty fun matches. We had some impressive performances and some solid contestants when it comes to the next stage. Moving on to Group B today, I think we can expect even more fire, even more heated matches. We have some really solid teams from multiple regions and countries, and I can't wait to show them to you guys.
Yeah, just let's talk about one of these teams, Mood Gaming. In the open qualifiers, they got first place, and Teddy, you were saying before we went live, there's some familiar faces on this team.
Yes, Mood Gaming, arguably the favorites for this matchup are a European team, actually a French team that are consisting of Equac, DD, and RZM. So quite some familiar names, as you just said. Big YouTubers, big content creators for Brawl Stars. They are going to be the favorite coming into this group. We do have obviously some other nice teams. Cyber Empire qualified from Russia. They made it to the monthly finals, I believe, 2 months ago. And then we have also Golden Age versus Module 7 Purple. Golden Age, not very familiar with. They qualified through the Kazakhstan qualifiers, which is, a bit of a different setting and a team that has their opportunity to shine today. And Module 7, I know this team very well, very good friends of mine. Polish team for the most part. The 2 Polish players, 1 British player. And here we have the most picked brawlers from yesterday, I believe, ready?
Oh yeah, we saw a ton of these brawlers lot of Gene, a lot of Max, and I mean, we were like going nuts over these massive Gene pulls. I mean, you get the max speed on the Gene, and it's like we've been pulled back into 2020, right, with old Gene with his ridiculous pull. So we can expect to see some of those brawlers in our upcoming maps. Guys, take a look at our agenda for this first match coming up. Set number 1 is going to be on Deep Diner. We'll be moving into Robo Highway, then Ring of Fire, and then to break any ties, we got Triple Dribble and Canal Grand to finish it off. I mean, these are for our first maps, right? These are ones that we don't see as much in competitive, but I gotta say, like, these last 2 maps are definitely the proving grounds. These are, they've always been in the competitive map pool. So these are ones that we're familiar with here. And we have the bans coming in. I mean, Teddy, what do you think of these?
I think they make a lot of sense. I'm honestly surprised that we hadn't seen more Barley bans until today. Until this match, because Barley has been such a solid brawler recently with his latest buff. Just so much damage, so much range, just really solid pick overall. Stu has been nerfed in the last balance changes, but it's still, in my opinion, the best brawler in the game. You can play it literally on any map and mode. It's so good, and it makes a lot of sense for them to ban it. So yeah, I think this matchup kind of makes sense. I just want to go back to the most picked brawlers we saw earlier, and the fact that you have the kind of golden comp that is right now one of the most meta comps, which is just Gene, Sandy, and Max, because Max is just so good with both Sandy and Gene. You can get those 2 duos in the same game, and the thing is, there's not a lot of comps where you have like multiple like affinities, you know what I mean? Like where you have multiple like duos of brawlers that work very, very well together. And this is one of those where it's like, it's so deadly, man. That max movement speed is insane. If you can get a Sandy right into your face, that's so much damage. That's getting closer to a super, which is going to be helping out so much as well with that Sandstorm. And obviously, the Gene pool, when you are running super fast, you can catch your opponents off guard and get those easy pulls down. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see some more of that, because it's always really exciting to get those Gene pools.
Yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, like, Teddy, maybe I could get your opinion on this. Do you think that it's like had more of a resurgence in the meta because Mr. P got nerfed pretty hard? Right?
Oh yeah,
because
for sure.
Usually you see like the Mr. P and the Sandy and the Max.
Yeah, Mr. P took a big hit in the balance changes. I didn't expect him to fall off that much, but like he lost, I believe, some damage, and his porters have less health, which is quite significant, and it was just enough to basically get him out of the meta. Like, he's still playable. It's just gonna be much more map dependent and comp dependent, whereas before he was the most versatile brawler in the game, which now might be something like Sandy. Or Max. I guess Max is probably the most versatile brawler in the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, we see Max even on mid, right? Like Max, she's as far as her attack or abilities, right? Like, not really going to be the greatest mid, but just like having her there accessible to both your lane brawlers, being able to give speed to both of them is super, super, super helpful. And with that, we're going to be heading into our first game. No surprise, we see the Max coming out, and we see the Sandy and Gene coming out. That Gene coming out and ready to make an impression here at mid, just needs to get that first pull off and to get this game started, Teddy.
Yeah, the Gene is going to be a big deciding factor here for GL. Maybe a bit of an advantage for his comp. It's going to be about the dodges on the side of Module 7, especially on that Max is able to just phase shift through those pools. So far, full on control in favor of GL. Golden Age was a solid start.
Yeah, we already see that power up going on to Gene, and he's going to be doing so much damage. Getting out of the way of Sandy. Does not want to get tapped by Sandy. Sandy has such high burst damage. You want to keep your distance. And we already see Golden Age coming down once again with the Sandstorm, keeping control of mid. Looks like they have it pretty much locked down. I mean, we're going to have to see like a massive push here through mid if we want to see Module 7 Purple make a move here on mid.
Yeah, it's not looking too good just yet. I think Angel is having some connectivity issues as well, as he just stopped moving over there. Not exactly ideal, but to be honest, that doesn't take any credit away from Golden Age, who was an extremely strong first game, very convincing, very one-sided. And Module 7, they're going to need to reply to that, and they'll have to be just as convincing because, man, this was very one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, that might call for a comp change, right? Now we got to bring out the Gene as well. We didn't see the Gene coming out of, we didn't see the Max coming out of Golden Age, right? We see the Max and the Gene. Max has other affinities besides just Gene. That's just sort of, I guess, a trend that we've seen a bunch. But given a pretty solid performance on Max, right, getting the boost onto teammates, we could probably expect to see the Max continue. I think where we saw Module 7 struggle the most is once they lost control mid, they were just not able to push back in, right? They were not able to respond to the Gene. He just has such, incredible poke damage, can wall peek as well. And of course, after we saw that first Ruff's upgrade go on a Gene, it just gave so much control to Golden Age.
Yeah, he can tag you from so far away, and if you're buffed as well, it's gonna be some serious damage. I think overall it was just very well played by Golden Age. Yeah, as I said, Module 7, I think they should be bringing in the Gene here. We'll find out soon enough. But yeah, I think Gene was definitely the difference maker here, being able to get those pulls, those entry kills, and basically that's like, it's thanks to the Gene pulls that they really got control, and also that they just managed to keep it. So it just seems like a natural decision for them to keep on this one. I wouldn't mind them switching off the Ruffs for a Sandy on Golden Age. But Module 7, if I were them, I would remove the Ruffs for the Gene as well and go for the mirror matchup. Those three brawlers are just so good right now.
Yeah, super powerful. Yeah, probably could switch out the Ruffs for something else. I mean, Ruffs, you're going to struggle with him in kind of a more open range. We saw Ruffs on the right lane, which is considerably more open, right, than your left lane or your mid. And with that, we're going to be getting into this next game. Take a look at our brawlers. And we do see Module 7 responding with that Gene. They got the Gene, they got the Sandy, but they're not bringing out the Max this time. Very interesting to see. And we see the Sandy 1v1 on the right side. It's coming down to this mirror match, Teddy.
Yeah, I don't mind it either, to be honest. I think the Gene is the most important here. And this time it's going a whole lot better for Module 7. Although pool is available on both sides, and look at this, it's going to be open goal to open things up. Nice sandstorm placed by See You Soon, and I guess that's actually quite literal, right? Because they can't see him in the sandstorm.
Yeah, see you after 12 seconds. We're going to see maybe perhaps a little bit of control go back to Module 7. They're going to have to win this lane. See You Soon is pinched in a pretty difficult situation. Wow, a nice play there by Alphengold to open things up for See You Soon, getting him out of a very tough pinch there. See You Soon's going to be able to heal up just a little bit and resume control of right lane. I gotta say, that was a great play there from Alphengold, just assisting See You Soon on the right lane. Typically, with the Gene pull, you'd want your teammates to be close to you so that they can help you with the target that you're pulling. But with that power-up, Alphengold was able to easily take out that target on his own. And that is going to be our countdown going to Golden Age.
Yeah, this is looking good for Golden Age. Their chance to close out this first set. Jack has a pull. It's going to be all down to him if he can find a connection onto open gold, sorry, and it's not meant to be. Golden Age takes set number 1 in a convincing fashion as well. Once again, a bit less one-sided as game 1, but not a whole lot of progress on Module 7 side of things. I think they can do better, and I think they have to, because that's already set number 1 in the bag for the Kazakhstan team.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, number 1 team in Kazakhstan, Golden Age. I mean, they performed very well in the open qualifiers. They got first place. Something I want to note about Golden Age is, very frequently we saw the Sandy get trapped in a just impossible pinch to get out of. And then we see the response. Golden Age, they have the gene pool ready, and that is what's able to get them out of the pinch. Right at the end, actually, we saw Sandy sitting up very high, right? Of course, just providing his teammates an opportunity to sit back. He wasn't carrying any gems, so that was the perfect opportunity to just stay aggressive. But probably the most shocking thing is we saw a perfect opportunity for a pinch by Module 7, and yet we see Sandy take out both of those brawlers, right? That's ridiculous. And we've seen it happen twice. A perfect opportunity to pinch that Sandy, who's, a bit, you could say overextended, right? Maybe towards the end of the match, we're not so worried about being overextended. I'm just trying to provide my teammates an opportunity to back up. But these are golden opportunities to take a pinch, and we're just seeing a very, very nice and calculated response from Golden Age. And that's something that Module 7 is going to have to be, thinking about in these upcoming matches. Their pinches are going to have to be more coordinated.
Yeah, I agree. I think that in this case, it was just really hard to find much value for them with the roughs. And I know it was a mirror matchup, so it's not like Golden Age had any sort of natural advantage, but I really feel like Golden Age was just able to find so much more impact with those pulls and just find connections. That's kind of like, it sounds simple, but that's how it was to me. Like, they just hit their pulls, had more pulls, and if you hit someone with a pull, you manage to get 2-3 shots off, that's gonna be like almost the next super ready, so you can kind of like cycle them out and keep getting more and more value, whereas Module 7 were a bit more conservative with the pool. We weren't really looking to take any risks, and I mean, it makes sense, right? You don't want to miss it, but at the same time, if you're not using it and your opponents have used like 2 or 3 pools in the same time you've used 1 or 2, you'll be at a disadvantage. But we are moving on to Siege. This map, I mean, pretty iconic for the teleporters for sure. Look at this. Cacti takes down Sterling, Alpen Gold, and see you soon pick up a kill as well. Cacti with the TP in, a lot of value. This could be the follow-up as well from Jack, and he does take him down. That's going to be a gem drop down, or a bolt rather, since we are in Siege. And the first Siege, but was a draw.
Yeah, this is interesting. I love to see the usage of the teleporters. I mean, it's you could say it's essentially like a surge gadget, right? You get to teleport over and take advantage of maybe your enemy's positioning, right? Make a surprise attack. A nice pull there, actually, from Module 7. Finally, getting value on the pulls. That is exactly what you need from a Gene pull. Wow, and we see it, Golden Age getting a really nice pull there as well. This is the kind of Gene action that you want to see, right? You're getting your opponent really close to the range of your Ike, and you pull them in just to completely destroy them. Level 14 Siege bot coming in from Module 7, looking like it's going to be tough for them to come back if they do not get lots of value off of this one, but there is no pull from Gold. He's not prepared for this defense, though. Still, very nice defense there from Golden Age. They only took 40% damage, and they had practically nothing to, nothing major, at least, to defend against that bot. This is going to be so hard for Module 7 to come back and defeat this 8-volt lead.
Yeah, nice pull onto Angel. He's going to get taken out. This is looking like a Siege bot for Golden Age. It's going to be at least level 10, and even more than that. Cacti does get the pull, but obviously since he's so low, he's going to get one shot as soon as he lands, and this is going to be level 11 Siege bot for Golden Age. Can Model 7 stop this one? It's not going to be an easy job, especially with Gel going all in. So far, it's not the worst defense, but they need some more, and it's not going to be enough.
Alphen Gold got that nice pull, pulled the Gene out of position. We did not see Module 7 able to get that pull for the defense. We actually didn't see either team with the pull ready for the defense, and that is just, that is a huge blow. That's one of the main reasons that you'll use Gene on Siege. I mean, probably the first one is just to, maybe pull a thrower or something like that. Of course, on a map like this with a lot of walls, it's very nice to be able to dispose of a thrower. Number 2, though, is to be able to push that, or rather pull that bot out of position, especially combined with the max. You can pull that bot all the way to the edge of the Ike's range, and that gives you a massive advantage on defense. Though we didn't see that from either team, and perhaps it's a bit of strategy with the other team baiting out the gene pool, or maybe just like a little bit of a miscalculation. Maybe we thought we were going to get our gene pool, but we didn't actually get our gene pool.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I do feel like on Golden Age, their defense was very much just fine to me. Like, taking 40% damage if you have like such a big bold lead is really not the biggest deal in Siegebot number 2. For Module 7, on the other hand, they could have used everything they can, because they desperately needed it.
Yeah, and well, we're gonna have to see if Module 7 can come back here. Golden League, they've taken every game so far in a tie to start off our second game of Siege, but not really certain who's gonna take this one so far. We have a 2v3 here at mid, soon to be a 3v3, though Golden League, they've already taken substantial damage. Here's the opportunity, though, for Alpha and Gold to hit this pull. Wow. Well, okay. I don't know about you, but I don't think that pull actually. I don't think that pull actually hit. It did not look like it hit at all. But I mean, I guess Brawl Stars sometimes works in strange ways. Teddy, you got any comments for that?
I don't know. It was really like on the edge. It did feel like it was still like a hittable pull, but I'm not entirely sure. On the other hand, Angel was just not moving on the left-hand side, and
yeah,
I'm not entirely sure what's going on with him at this point. It happened to him in set 1 as well. But now it's going to be defense time for Module 7. They have a huge bold lead, so if they defend this properly, they can get in a good position. But look at this, a pull onto Angel. This is a disaster for Module 7. GL, they might be able to finish this one off in one siege. It's not going to be enough just yet. They are going down. But 18% health left on that red eye.
Yeah, that is huge for Module 7. That is going to be tough to come back from. I think actually Cacpy over there, we might have seen him fat finger the pole. Didn't mean to actually use the magic hand, and kind of meant to use the gadget, but mistakenly used a super. Regardless, though, a massive bot for Module 7, and this is when they really need to show themselves. They need to show what they have. Alpha Gold does not have a super ready to go. It doesn't look like Module 7 is going to give it to him. They have a lot of damage to do on this save, and it could actually be tough. And there is the massive pull from Alpha and Gold. Look at the reaction from Sterling.
That saved the game
on the left. Yep, and I mean, the player cams, I gotta say, I mean, I was looking at the game, but the player cams, they're just as interesting to look at, because you can see on the left side just the relief of getting that defense, but on the right side the oh no, man, as you start to just kind of get snowballed, right, losing one game after the other. It's not a good feeling, Teddy.
Yeah, definitely not. It is 2-0 now in sets in favor of Golden Age. They look pretty solid. I'm really impressed. I had never heard of them before today, and there's certainly a name I'm gonna be looking forward to watching some more of. We do of course have a couple more games and sets, as Ring of Fire is gonna be next up. Kind reminder, it is best of 5 sets, best of 3 games, so you play each map up to 3 times unless you have a draw, and then you have the first team to win 3 sets that takes the win and moves on to the next round of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, and especially here, right, we could actually see Golden Age take all 3 of these first sets all in a row. And that's something we saw a lot of yesterday, actually. We saw every single match go 3-0, with the exception of one that went 3-1. So not really much of a difference. Though, I mean, Golden Age, they've taken all 3, or well, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. They've taken 2 of the maps that have been played so far, all 2 of them. And, you know, these first 3 maps are kind of strange ones that we don't see as much in competitive. Golden Age, though, they've handled it beautifully. They've been able to adapt, right? They've been able to make calculated plays and comps, and just have been very flexible and have adapted pretty well to the situation.
Yeah, I think this is what we were talking about yesterday as well. That having some non-competitive maps in the map pool is gonna be bringing in some new skill and knowledge elements to those matchup, because the teams, not only do they need to be on point with the meta and all that good stuff and be mechanically good, teamwork, the usual stuff, they need to be able to improvise really fast and go for some comps on maps they are not comfortable playing. So it's definitely a whole different story, and you can get some advantages by, for example, being a big ladder player. You're gonna have played some of those maps quite a bit. You'll know what kind of comes to expect, and I feel like that's the kind of stuff that could be what's favoring Golden Age here, because they're looking really solid, and they've had really solid comps every single time as well. We are moving on to the next set. We're moving on to Hot Zone now, as GL, they only need one more set to move on to the finals of the day.
Yeah, Ring of Fire, actually, I mean, just from a map perspective, I actually really love this map. It's unfortunate that we don't see it as often. I mean, the struggle with Ring of Fire is that spawners are pretty powerful here, though you only actually see one spawner, and that's coming from Module 7. They're bringing out the Pam. The struggle right off the bat is going to be whether they can get that Pam turret up. Check out the strat, though. They got the double healer with the Mort. Here comes the turret from Pam. It's not going to be enough to heal, though. Here comes Mort trying to get a kill. Wow, actually gets one kill. And Rico now just one hit away, but Module 7, they're not fast enough to get this Rico out of the way. We don't see Mort able to finish that off. No bats for him able to heal up, though Module 7 now, they've taken this lead a while back, and it looks like they actually stand a very good chance of keeping it. Jack got very aggressive there and went down. We also see Mort getting in here, getting aggressive once again, and Golden League, Golden Age, they only have half of the capture percentage that Module 7 has here.
Yeah, Module 7, the first game that is looking really good for them. And they're holding on to their ground, a very well-sterling falls to Kakbai. See you soon is low HP as well. Nice super from Kakbai. He's just going to be wilding it out until the end of the countdown. And Module 7 take their first game of this match, their first game of the day, and their chance maybe to go for a bit of a comeback. They've had a tough matchup so far, but a bit of a glimmer of hope for Module 7, for the Polish team, to maybe come up with a bit of a comeback story.
Yeah, I mean, I think they looked like they were more in their element this game, because they brought out the double healers and they brought out the Mort. I mean, the Mort got a couple like pretty good plays in there. No like team wipes or anything, but I think like the first push that we actually saw Mort get really aggressive, we saw him drop Rico to 100 health, and Rico was pretty much out of commission for a while. Tried to hang on to that last bit of health just for the speed, right? But ended up shooting himself in the foot a little bit. Just was not able to get aggressive enough against some very tanky brawlers who were not really where weren't positioned where Rico really excels, right? They were out in the open. Rico on 100 health is not really going to be able to touch them so much. But no, I mean, Module 7, they came out with the healer comp this time, and I think that is maybe an indication that they're kind of shaping up here, Teddy.
Yeah, I think the comp was pretty on point for Module 7 this time. The little risk is gonna be like whether they can run it again and be just as successful, because I can bet you Golden Age, you're gonna be getting off that Sprout. They'll be adjusting to that comp, and that's where it can get pretty dangerous. Like maybe something like an EMS could be coming in play, maybe even a B. Like it's a pretty open map. You have a lot of possibilities and a lot of brawlers that are going to be dealing much better with this kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think Colette is like the logical counter here. But, what is your counter to Colette? Well, it's just anything that outranges her, right? And we got Byron in play. Byron's a possibility, right? So that could, pose some major issues. It might just be a little bit of rock, paper, scissors just for the rest of this set. as we're, trying to figure out, can we run this, or are they going to counter us, or, how do we counter the counter, or, how do we just like, factor the counter in to our, usual comp and play it safe? Well, only time will tell. Let's take a look at our brawlers here, and we have some healing-centric comps coming out of, well, actually, never mind. Golden Age, they are bringing out 3 healers. They were not having it with Module 7. I mean, their main downfall last game was that they just were not able to deal with the tankiness of the 2 healers, but now they're bringing out 3 healers. Unfortunately, it does not look like those 3 healers are able to keep consistent damage on these brawlers. Of course, we have 1 healer, well, actually, in essence, 2 healers. Now we have Sandy with the healing sands, and then we have 8-Bit, who's just able to lay down so much control and is just getting spam healed by the Byron with the 50% damage boost and healing boost.
Yeah, good stuff from Module 7 early on. They have some decent control, and they keep finding kills. I don't think they've lost a single player yet, and they have found quite a couple of kills. Alpengold, last player left alive. Not all that much that he can do on his own as he gets beamed. Pretty low HP, does heal up. Now has a super, and manages to pop it in time before his teammates fall down. And it seems like Golden Age, they have a bit more control now, although they do just lose a player. See You Soon takes quite a bit of damage. Similar stuff for Alpengold. He falls to Cacti. See You Soon. Still no kills whatsoever on the side of Golden Age. They haven't taken a single Module 7 player down still, right?
Yeah, it does not look like it. I mean, Module 7, they just have 8-Bit out here sticking at the edge of his range, trying not to get slowed down, and just getting the Byron spam heals. I mean, wow, that was actually a great comp coming out from Module 7. They brought the healer, and then the double healer in the first game, and then in the second game they just switched up the healer. But it's the same theme, right? They have pretty much set up this bunker just out of the range of the hot zone, and that is how they were able to lay down control. And I think maybe the disadvantage that we saw Golden Age playing here is that they just were not able to get that Byron, right? They didn't have anything necessarily long range enough, or that had a penetrating attack that was able to get rid of the Byron, because of course we didn't see a single player go down from Module 7, but of course the most important player in keeping them alive was the Byron.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he's been doing a terrific job with those heals, keeping them up and running. I think overall that comp was really solid, and it was really good against that triple healer comp we had from Golden Age. Triple Dribble is gonna be map number 4. That is obviously gonna be a Brawl, and quite an interesting map. I think this is one of the maps where the barley ban is gonna be hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Triple Dribble, love this map. We got like more open left lane, and then our mid and right lanes, maybe some tank options there. Could actually probably see this Max and Jean coming back out, but it's gonna be tough for that to account for the presence of tanks on this map, right? Something we saw yesterday was Jackie with the counter crush, and that was the Jean counter. And that is something that Teddy, I'm always hopeful to see the things that are like out of the meta, or are just like a little bit creative, right? Because those are the sort of strategies that you love to see emerge from the best players, right? That some of them are visionaries, and they're able to predict what is going to be this next upcoming strategy in the meta, right? It all starts somewhere, and hopefully we can see this start here today in the second day of Gamestars.
Yeah, for sure. 2-1 now is the scoreline, as Module 7 are starting a bit of a comeback. The reason is it's gonna be just one set that just slipped out of the fingers of Golden Age, or can they consistently come back and win the 2 next sets? I mean, they have the start, right? They have the foundation for this comeback. They have momentum as well. They had a really solid hot zone set, that must be said. But on the other hand, Golden Age had very, very solid gem grab and siege sets as well. So I don't know, man. It's tough to say. I feel like talent-wise, Module 7 should be able to handle the guys of Golden Age, but at the same time, if you look at those 3 sets, I wouldn't be surprised either if Golden Age just went for the 3-1 victory.
Yeah, same here. I mean, Golden Age, I was initially a little suspicious because Kazakhstan definitely a more minor theater for Brawl Stars, especially just competitive. But they brought out a pretty dominating performance in those first 2 sets. After seeing the domination coming out of Module 7, my suspicion has been creeping back. Though, just like you said, Golden Age, I mean, they brought a really strong performance. Just judging by the numbers, they're up 2-1. I mean, they stand a pretty good chance statistically of taking this next set.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an important one as well. And I think Module 7, they need to start off with a win here. They need to start off with some momentum and get in a good mindset. Because if they take the set, they're tying things up. You have a full-on reset. And it would be in their advantage as well, right? Because they would be getting there after being themselves on a win streak. After it's them coming back, they have momentum. They have the higher morale and motivation. And that could make a big difference. But obviously, before that, they first need to get that Pro Bowl set in the bag. And Golden Age, they're not looking to let this one slip through again.
And I think, these next 2 sets, they're going to be pretty different from our first 3. Because our first 3, weren't what we're more familiar with as competitive Brawl Stars. Because these are maps that are not in the official map rotation, right? I like the maps, but they're not in the official rotation. So now we're getting it back to, the stomping grounds of our more competitive players. These are the maps we're more familiar with, and they're going to be bringing out some strats that were not just safe comps. And here we have the brawlers coming out from both of these teams. We have the Gene and the Max. We saw it a bunch, and we're not going to see it actually, though, coming out of Module 7. A nice Gene pull to start things off. See you soon, looking to get this first... What? A lag walk just to be disrespectful. I mean, Golden Age, they were not pleased, I'm guessing, about dropping that last set, Teddy.
Definitely not that quick early goal, although Module 7 are not in the worst position here to find a goal of their own. They have to hold on to their ground. Cacti is not quite able to dodge that pull, and that means that Golden Age have a chance to get out of the goal, get into some better positioning. Jack fighting for his life. They trade each other out. Angel and Alpengold fighting pretty intensely on the right-hand side as well. Alpengold has a pool. Can he find any connections here? And it's going to be a miss.
Yeah, I gotta say, that was very interesting to watch that interaction between See You Soon and Jack. Actually, look on the right side, we might actually see Module 7 like snag this goal here. Yep, a sure goal. Yeah, Cacti just gonna put that one in right at the end. But back to what I was saying, I mean, See You Soon versus Jack over here. I mean, Jack's just had some crazy dodges. See You Soon looked like he was just tapped in the auto aim, like, man, can you just die already? Like, I want to go up to the goal and try and score here. That was a very entertaining interaction to watch, and it looks like Jack might actually pull it off again. Getting this control here, getting a very dominating super. Oh, and slipping it past to Alpengold. Alpengold unfortunately dropped that ball on the goal line. Our first game, wow, going to Module 7, and they're keeping up this momentum from last set.
Yeah, this is really interesting, because if we had started with Hot Zone, for example, and this would be set to right now, we would be looking at like a potential 2-0 situation for the team that has been losing for the entire match so far. So definitely an interesting turn of events. I feel like they just needed to get one win in Hot Zone to really get started, to get some more momentum, some more energy as well, and a bit more confidence, right? They said in the interview earlier, it was Cacti or Casper, that was saying that this was the biggest league they played in ever, and obviously there's going to be some nerves. Obviously there's going to be some pressure and some some expectations to perform, especially against a team from Kazakhstan that they probably didn't know before. So they weren't too sure what to expect. Probably, when you don't really know what to expect in esports, usually you expect things to go right, because you should know what to expect. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't know your opponents, it's probably because they're not very well known. to an international scale. So yeah, they were definitely caught off guard early on, and Golden Age was running with that momentum for a long time, but things definitely have been turning around. And now Module 7, if they win this game, it's 2-2, and we are going to set 5 as a decider. Ready?
Yeah, Module 7, they're very close to just closing out the set and taking us into set number 5. And I mean, I agree with you, Teddy. I think they have just been getting to know their enemy. The other thing is, we are getting into the more competitive maps in these last few games. So I think maybe Module 7, maybe they have an advantage here. We haven't seen actually much coming out from Golden Age in the, I guess, official competitive sphere, but we'll have to see. Here comes Alphen Gold with a nice gadget with the assistance of See You Soon, going to be able to take out Poco. Wow, but Frank is taking no prisoners.
What?
Unbelievable. Got a couple of kills there, and that is just the power of the big man. The very... What on earth just happened? Did you See You Soon with a thumbs down shooting at his teammate? I would not be pleased if that were my teammate doing that to me. Module 7 looks like they might actually take this goal here.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Jack with the pass to Angel. Angel just walks it in, and Module 7 kick things off with goal number 1. The Poco double tank, obviously iconic comp at this point. Kekpai has a super. It's not really gonna do much if you shoot it straight at your opponent. Sterling was a nice save, but it's not gonna be. Oh. look at Kekpai's smile, man. Kekpai's smile for a second. He was there like, oh, well, that happened.
Okay, well, what a turn of events. That is funny to watch. Sterling looks so defeated, and then we see Kekpai. He's got this big smile on his face. The only thing illuminating his face in that dark room is the red from his enemy's defeat screen. That is so entertaining to watch. I mean, we did see some disrespect from Golden Age, though, earlier on in the Brawl Ball set. I mean, they scored that first goal, and they lag walked it into the goal. They're like, right into the goal. But Module 7, they're here to say, not only, like, yeah, we're better than you, but they're also here to say, like, man, like, that's easy stuff. Here, watch how you really BM.
Yeah, absolutely. They were just playing with them at the end. It is 2-2 now in sets as Golden Age took Gem Grab and Siege. Hot Zone and Brawl went the way of Module 7. This means that Canal Grande for Bounty is going to be our decider. It is a competitive map as well, so I'm curious to see how that's going to be played out. We'll be hopping in for that shortly. The decider means that, this is the last set that is played. No matter what, whoever takes this one takes this entire match home. And it's quite a difference from going to the winner's bracket rather than to the loser bracket, where you are only a loss away rather from being out of the event. So a lot on the line here. Both teams are hungry for that first win, and to be honest, they kind of need it, especially when you see the fierce opponents that they might end up facing later on.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, just taking a look actually at this map, I mean, or well, rather, take a look at Canal Grande, right? You have some long-range brawlers that used to be viable here, but what seems to be even more prevalent now is we run like a couple of tanks and then maybe Sprout or something like that, right? And, we did see some Sprout earlier on, but Module 7, they've been bringing out some really good tank gameplay. And whenever we saw Golden Age try and come out with something that's pretty tanky or healing-centric, we saw it in Hot Zone, they just were not able to contend with Module 7 on that, on that battlefield. So as far as just like, I think individual skill and, practice with these particular brawlers who are good here, Module 7, they may have the upper hand over Golden Age.
I agree. I honestly feel like Hot Zone was just the start that Module 7 needed, you know what I mean? Like, they just needed to get some like taste of victory to be motivated enough to like keep chasing for that, you know what I'm saying? Like, not that they would give up otherwise, but you can only like want something if you kind of know how satisfying it is to get it. You know what I mean? So they needed that confidence, man. They needed that confidence. Maybe a bit of a I think the analogy is like a diesel motor, so it's like slower to start off. I think that's how it works. I'm not too sure. Pardon my English, but yeah,
No, you
it's
got it.
definitely the kind of vibe. It's definitely the kind of vibe we were getting this match from Module 7, where they weren't playing like awful in the two first sets, but it was very one-sided, and yeah, they just needed a bit of an opening, a bit of a mindset change, and winning that game of Hot Zone so convincingly, and mostly due to having a nice counter comp. You know, it's you can say, okay, it's lucky you have a counter comp because you don't really know who has blind picks, but on the other hand, it's also unlucky that they didn't really have one until then. You know what I'm saying? So I think they played their cards well, and I feel like with all the momentum that they have, I mean, they're on a 4-game win streak as well, so they're definitely in a good position here coming into set 5. Golden Age, if they can go back to those first 2 sets, maybe they can steal this one away. But man, it's gonna be an amazing battle no matter what.
Yeah, Module 7, I mean, you know, if it is true, right, if it is all about momentum for them, then, you know, they don't actually have much to fear regardless of the outcome of this set. I mean, heading into the finals for today, right, trying to get that first place spot for the next round of qualifiers, you know, that would be good momentum for them to take this set. If not, in the losers bracket, right, 1 loss away from getting eliminated, still, they can just get some momentum and come back up. No worries for them. But take a look at our brawlers as we're getting into this set, the final set and the deciding set. We have similar comps coming out from both teams. Actually, Golden Age, they're running the Gene this time, and we saw Golden Age running the Gene, and that's what gave them the advantage in our first couple of sets. But I mean, it did not work out so well for them in the subsequent sets. So, you know, maybe this is not so much of a disadvantage that M7 is, Module 7 is playing at here. Maybe just more of a comp difference. But from the looks of things from here, it looks like Module 7 is struggling a little bit to push into mid.
Yeah, I think they're struggling quite a bit. They are a couple of kills behind here, 5 stars, and for that they need to take down any of the players, but they need 2 kills, and Sterling has to be one of them. So it's not looking too easy here for Module 7, especially with Open Gold. With that pull available, that's going to be on Jack. No time to pop that last hurrah. That's going to be yet another kill going the way of Golden Age, and maybe their chance to close things out. Nice stick head on See You Soon, but he has a super himself. Oh, he's in a really good position to pick up that double kill. He doesn't quite manage to pick up Jack, but it's still a 5-star difference. Cacti gets pulled, and that's going to be a disaster here for Module 7 on that 4-win win streak, and Golden Age looking to get to match point after that comeback. 8 seconds left. Can they do anything about it? It doesn't really feel like it already. Golden Age, they're just going to match points.
Yeah, Golden Age, I mean, you know, after a really nice comeback from Module 7, that is definitely unfortunate for them, but Golden Age looks like they're shaping up once again. And I'm going to retract my previous statement about the Gene, because I would definitely say it's an advantage here, because we see 2 throwers coming out of Module 7, and that is exactly what Gene is so good for. I mean, usually you're like, oh, Gene, you know, he's good for, like, you know, pulling the enemy out of position, like on Gym Grab or something, right? But as a thrower counter, he's also just phenomenal, right? And before he got buffed in the last round of balance changes, we did see him specifically for that, just on Siege, to pull a thrower out of position. But I mean, here this was such a tough counter to deal with for Module 7. They had 2 throwers up against a Gene, and they just were not able to get close enough without risking getting pulled.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like things kind of went downhill, especially when the Gene managed to get to center position and have some solid control. They just never got him out of there, and he was just able to constantly hit some shots, hide behind cover, and then get some nice pulls to, you know, get those stars and the advantage for his team. So you know, I'm not entirely sure what Module 7 is going to be going for. Maybe a bit of a tankier comp, maybe an even more like snipey long range comp instead of the throwers. I don't know, man, but they need to change something here because it was just not working at all.
Yeah, something that I don't think helped them at all that last game was the Rosa, right? We saw some good gadgets come out of Rosa, but we actually mostly saw Golden Age staying outside of those bushes. They didn't want to get slowed down, right? We even actually saw Golden Age, their Rosa was struggling towards the end of the game. We saw her go down twice, just because there are pretty much no bushes, right, for her to hide in. We saw lots of them get destroyed by Jean in, you know, some massive and very valuable pulls, but there's a big disadvantage actually for Rosa just because now she has nowhere to hide. So the other thing is that Rosa cannot exactly, you know, protect you from a Jean pull, right? If the pull's coming out and Rosa just tries to tank it, she's getting pulled too. She's going down. Her tankiness is not going to help her there. But we're going to be getting into the match point. This one is in favor of Golden Age, and it looks like Module 7, they're just playing very aggressively this time. They're not bringing out the Jean, though. They will not go that way. It looks like, actually, though, they're getting very, very aggressive. Of course, they are playing at a deficit of 1 star. They're also missing the blue star. But it looks, at least, that they have control of this right side or more broadly of mid.
It's definitely gonna be a better start. It is, however, not exactly a good start just yet. Sterling has that tick head available, which could come in really clutch. Houston takes quite a bit of damage. They can't quite close out the kill, but at least positioning wise, Module 7, they have a lot of map control.
Yeah, Module 7, they have officially pushed Golden Age all the way to their limits, all the way back. Their only chance of fighting their way out of this one is See You Soon, and See You Soon does not look to be in a good position. He said, oh wow, actually great position for See You Soon. He's going to be able to take advantage of the positioning of the Sprout in the tick. Wow, and a nice response there from Module 7. They're able to take out See You Soon. They just got to defend against this tick super now. A nice pull there from Golden Age, but it's not going to be enough to take out Kak just yet, is he? Wow, Kak be able to get that kill there. We still do see Module 7 in the lead. This is absolutely insane, Teddy.
15 seconds left, and Golden Age are 2 stars behind. They need a kill, and it's going to be Angel to fall down. See You Soon is low HP as well. Can he make it out alive? It seems like he will. That's gonna be it.
Wow.
Golden Age.
What
they take them down. That is gonna be a game, set, and match here for the Kazakhstan team. First seeding in their own qualifiers as well. And what a close match. I feel like individual games, except for this final game here, were not that close. But, you know, in the end, it is a 3-2 scoreline that is definitely quite up there in you know, what you would define as a close match. And Golden Age very much deserve to move on to the next round. It's not going to be over just yet for Module 7. They'll be moving on to the lower bracket, where they will still have 1 life to fight off the loser of the next match that we're going to be watching right now. But first, we have some highlights, guys.
Всем привет, меня зовут Данил, я из России, мне 16 лет, и я представляю команду Cyber Empire. Наша команда состоит из 4 игроков, первый из которых Мейсон, его зовут Александр, ему тоже 16 лет, и он из России. Его любимые персонажи это Тик, Мистер Пи, он играет в основном на персонажах поддержки. Второй игрок это Кактус, он тоже из России, ему 18 лет. Его любимые бойцы это Тара, Джин, он очень хорошо на них вытягивает. В основном он играет на миду в нашей команде. И последний игрок это Мак, ему 16, он из Украины. Мы взяли его в нашу команду недавно. Сейчас мы его тестируем, он показывает очень хорошие результаты. Любит играть на Пингвине, на Сту и на Джесси. Но мы играем турниры нашей командой уже 2 года. Команды тут мировые, тут со всей Европы самые сильные. Мы бы хотели продвинуться немного там по сетке и напасть на какую-то сильную команду, например, как Clash какой-нибудь или СК, и посмотреть, что мы можем против них сделать. В приоритете у нас потренироваться против сильных команд. Мы просто по течению, как получается, сколько играть. Вот в день мы можем вообще не сыграть скримов, а можем 3 скрима сыграть. Но всегда поддерживаем себя в тонусе. Например, идем там, сейчас силовая лига очень хорошо тренирует, мы там играем частенько. Мой самый любимый режим это гемы. И вся наша команда преимущественно любит гемы. Кто-то баунти любит. Вот, это 2 наших самых любимых режима. Команде хочу сказать, чтобы появился настрой, чтобы мы показали, на что мы способны. Не зря мы тренировались много времени. Надеюсь, мы вас не подведем и покажем достойный результат.
Welcome back, everyone, to Group B. I hope you're having an excellent day. Of course, I still have the pleasure of being joined here by Teddy. Guys, we're going to be getting into our next match of the day. It's match number 2. It's going to be Mood Gaming versus Cyber Empire. And Teddy, earlier, you had something to say about these 2 teams we got coming up.
Yeah, big names here, but from slightly different regions, I guess. You have Mood Gaming on the left-hand side. That's RZM, Aquac, and DD, all French team. They made it out of the French qualifiers with, let me check, first seeding. So first place in seeding. Wow. Quite convincing stuff, man. Quite convincing stuff. They haven't had any monthly finals appearances yet with this team. A couple of the players have had some last year, maybe. I don't even think so. No, I think no monthly finals for any of the players here from France. On the other hand, Cyber Empire, Russian team, they made it to the monthly finals once for EECA. And as you could see in the video, man, I really like that mentality of just, going for the grind and wanting to get some practice down against some top teams. And, they're not really going to be scrimming teams like SK and Clash that they were mentioning in the interview. However, through a tournament like this, if they move on to the next round, they might very well be doing just that. So definitely interesting here and good opportunities on their end. Canal Grande is going to be our first map here. It's the one that we just left off in the previous match. A bit of a heartbreaking match for Module 7 that had a really nice comeback, but just couldn't quite close it out. So yeah, Mood Gaming versus Cyber Empire. We can see win rates are absolutely equal, it seems, and then the 2 bans are gonna be Stu and Ruffs. 2 brawlers that are still really strong in the meta, and I think it makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. I mean, the one that we're missing here is the Barley ban. Barley with his ridiculous range buff. I mean, 9%, but it seemed to be enough to break the game. Check it out already. RZM with a nice defense against Rosa. That could be setting a precedent for the rest of this game. I mean, something to note, though. Cyber Empire, they're running the
Oh, look at
Gene
this.
that seemed to be so useful. Yep, already getting that first pull. Look at Rosa trapped in there. It looks like Cyber Empire, I mean, they had a strong start, but man, did they just get played by Mood Gaming there.
That was sick. That wall is such a nice trap. There's literally nowhere you can go. It's so fun, man. It's always so fun when someone gets walled off there. They just don't expect it sometimes, and it's very surprising and very, very OP. The Rosa pushing up the wall is going to be slowing her down. Didi does almost go down to 150 HP, and he does fall eventually, does get traded out. Mood leading by 7 stars, blue star in their hands as well. Mac, look at this, very nice. Slow doesn't quite manage though to find any kills out of that. Didi runs out of the heat and makes it out alive as well. Mood Gaming just widening up that lead for the more.
Yeah, Mood Gaming, look at RZM on the left side. That is their prime target right now. I mean, Cyber Empire, they've been trying to get RZM this entire game, but he's been so elusive. Even with Tick getting behind enemy lines, it's just not enough. Though this could be Mood Gaming's opportunity. Are they going to be able to defend this? And no, not going to be able to defend it. Though they are going to be able to take this lead back. Cyber Empire, they just need 1 kill here, but they're not going to be able to get it. Victory was so within reach. Unfortunately for Cyber Empire, that is going to be this first game going to Mood Gaming.
Yeah, they could smell the flavor, the scent of victory here, but they couldn't quite make it through, and Mood Gaming takes them down for game number 1, taking the lead here early on in this set. Things looking pretty convincing on Mood Gaming side of things. I feel like Cyber Empire did play it very well too, so definitely not like, you know, they were really like lower in skill or just not performing well. They started off a bit sloppy, but they came back really strongly, just not quite enough. And it was only a couple of stars difference towards the end, and they had some nice opportunities, but at the same time, they had to really overextend to get those final couple of kills that got them, you know, in a situation where it was actually close and winnable for them. And that means that, you know, when the respawns happen straight onto your face, you're going to be having a tough time.
Yeah, and especially in Bounty when those respawns happen practically instantly. Just something to note though about Cyber Empire. I mean, they were getting so aggressive. They were so determined to take out RZM, and RZM didn't go down even once till the very end, right? And that's when he was forced to back up really far. Just like, you know, it was 3 Rosa gadgets and Rosa getting all over Sprout, and then, you know, Gene trying to hit a pole, like Tick going all the way to Mood Gaming spawn, right? But it was not enough to take out RZM, and that's just, you know, we've seen very aggressive play actually from Cyber Empire, right? And maybe that is going to be their downfall, right? Just like right off the bat, Mood Gaming could be taking advantage of this very aggressive playstyle, playing more passive, right? Just kind of rolling with the punches and allowing their enemy to come to them.
Yeah, I think that's mostly what they were doing in the previous game. It was kind of depending on, you know, what was happening. Oh, nice flying hoop from RZM to secure that first star. He is quite low HP, does manage to make it out alive. We have some very different strategies here that on paper give quite an advantage to Cyber Empire. The problem though is RZM just hops in, picks up a kill. Lonely Cactus, there's no way for him to escape. Aqua does lose his life, but we have a bit of a lead in favor of Mood Gaming once more.
Yeah, I expect actually Mood Gaming, they're getting very aggressive at the beginning because they're planning on just getting an early lead, like a comfortable lead, and then playing passive for the rest of the game. And we see RZM, he's probably looking for that next flying hook, just looking for a weak enemy. We see actually Didi getting aggressive, got that kill there. Equak unfortunately going down, but we still see this lead in the favor of Mood Gaming. Didi once again though, gonna go down to Cyber Empire. We see Colt getting so many kills here. Mac unfortunately went down to Ikwak there. But with this tie, as far as the star count, Cyber Empire has the blue star. They also have the range advantage. Though, if Mood Gaming keeps on playing passive and just backing up, trying to bait their enemy into them, this could be a different story. Though, at least by the judge of the range, wow, a massive flying hook there from RZM. We're going to see this lead stay in favor of Mood Gaming. What they need to do now is just back up slowly, make a slow and steady retreat, and not sacrifice those precious stars that RZM is carrying.
Yeah, he definitely wants to make it out alive, and nice, he got that super. He's going to be out of there. But he comes back just in time to get some more hits onto Jones and just be a threat. He does fall, and oh my god, that's going to cost him the game.
Oh my gosh, what an upset that was. It was completely needless for him to get aggressive there. He could have just run away for the entire rest of the game. There was like completely enough time, and yet the math added up to give the enemy the blue star and just enough stars to win that tie with the blue tiebreaker star. That is an absolute disappointment. I was about to, completely say, wow, interesting move there from Carl, just throwing that attack and getting a kill and then supering away. But I mean, it was not necessarily a strat. Maybe it was a bit of showmanship, and that showmanship ultimately cost them that game.
Yeah, it happens, like sometimes you want to BM, sometimes you want to be celebrating a bit too early, and often you don't really think about it either, you just say like, okay, we won, it's fine, and it's only afterwards that you realize like, oh, I just took a big risk that I shouldn't have, and it just cost us the game. Yeah, definitely tough to be in his shoes. Mood Gaming, they're gonna be pissed about that one, but
yeah,
it means that we get some more action here in Bounty. That has been quite an explosive set so far. I feel like, honestly, comp-wise, Cyber Empire had a pretty solid comp here to counter Mood Gaming.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Mood Gaming, they held their own very, very well. So, if you don't look at the final 1 second, Mood, they were clutching up. I mean, because I think that comp-wise, they were not in a good position, and they were still managing to find a lot of value and do some great stuff. Let's just hope that, next game, when they get in such a good position, they just, don't give it away in the last couple of seconds.
Yeah, I mean, just Mood Gaming, they've been playing at a bit of a disadvantage as far as the comps they're choosing. Even in the first game, actually, they're choosing the same comp going into this next game. But it looks like they've handled it fairly gracefully. I mean, there is an argument to be made from that standpoint. Who is the more skilled team? We already see RZM getting very aggressive, going for those flying hooks. Ikwak trying to get that healing. RZM is able to make that escape. But still, the thing that we see, the strat that we see from Cyber Empire, they're going for all this wall break, but what they're most importantly bringing out now is the healing counter with the Crow, and that actually could be the downfall of Mood Gaming if Cyber Empire can play this properly.
And DD is low HP, does get healed plenty by Equag, but yeah, as you said, if you guys are not aware, Crow, since I think about a month ago, maybe a bit more than a month, he now does anti-heal. So if you get hit by a Crow shot for a couple of seconds, you get healed a lot less, 50% less. So it's definitely really good against any healer comps, which obviously, Poco is one of those. He isn't gonna get isolated, taken down by Lonely Cactus. Mood Gaming still leading by 8 stars. They're definitely not in a bad position, but they want to be careful because last game where it started going downhill was once that map was opening up.
Yeah, and the brawlers that are most at a disadvantage here are definitely Rosa and Carl. And those are the two most important kills actually for Cyber Empire. If they can get those 2 kills, then they win the match in a tiebreaker, right? Just by that blue star. But it looks like they're actually struggling to get in range here. They're just getting juked out. And the most important mistake is that they have not been able to push this team up against the back wall. Looks like Mood Gaming is going to take this one. Cyber Empire, they just were not able to back Mood Gaming up to their own spawn, which is, a dangerous area to be in. in Canal Grand. So that is going to be our first set, actually, going to Mood Gaming after, to say the least, an interesting game number 2, but a dominating performance all across the board.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I feel like this is kind of how game 2 should have ended. It's just that we just had, a bit of overtime to make it more intense. But yeah, in the end, not really ever too much danger on the side of Mood Gaming. I feel like they were pretty comfortable, pretty confident across the board in that set. I mean, game 2 happened. It's in the past. They move on, and they go from there. Cyber Empire, it's going to be the same story because they are the one that need to move on, get that mental reset, and come in strong in set 2. We'll see the map and mode for our second set in just a second. But yeah, it's a dominant start from Mood Gaming, pretty much what I expect from them. It is a competitive map, so I'm really curious to see how they will be playing on maps that are not in the competitive map pool, maps that they don't scrim, maps that they don't practice, and they basically only have like ladder and maybe some power league experience playing them.
Yeah, I mean, as far as continuing that thought, right? We saw Mood Gaming running something pretty unconventional here, right? Usually you don't see like Poco Rosa, right? It's usually like Rosa is there to defend the throwers, but we're not gonna take risks after having to deal with the Gene, even though they handle it pretty gracefully. Guys, we're going to be moving into sneaky fields. So we can see return of the tanks. Of course, that's something that Cyber Empire is going to have to account for. They've seen very strong performance from Mood Gaming on those tanks. So definitely, going to be considering the counter there. And of course, Mood Gaming being some very seasoned players, they're going to be considering that as well. Could be psyching out their opponent here, Teddy.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, the comp that they were playing in Bounty, Mood Gaming, they could literally play it on this map. Like even Carl, like I haven't really seen this map when Carl was like not like since he's been meta. Again, I wouldn't call him meta just yet, but since he's been like buffed and now he's like all right. But he could be played here. It could be interesting. It's not going to be the easiest job against like something like a Sandy that can get a bit more in your face and has a bit more burst damage, but it can definitely fare pretty well. On the other hand, there's plenty of other picks and comps available. I really like Sprout on this map as well. I think you can get some really nice value over the middle, and obviously having just a big bush in general is just really sweet.
Yes, just having a big bush is very nice. We're going to be getting into this next game, taking a look at our brawlers. We have M's for the defense, and wow, actually we have the B on defense as well. It's a very I guess sharpshooter-y comp from Mood Gaming, of course with the exception of M's. Perhaps they were looking to counter some tanks here. Doesn't appear to be the situation. We have Rosa paired up with the Max, which is actually one of the stronger duos that we've seen in 3v3 lately. Wow, the Joss not able to get that value he wanted on the gadget, wasn't able to dribble so gracefully, though we are going to see this mid control, at least for now, go to Cyber Empire.
Didi going for some more shots. Can they get out of that position? Cyber Empire quite aggressive, looking to find a kill, looking to find an opening to get a good push going and eventually get that sweet goal that everyone wants when it comes down to Brawl Ball. Super from RZM doesn't really find any connection. The slowdown from Didi does, and he's gonna have a couple of follow-up shots after that. Aquak picks up a nice kill on the Jaws. RZM with the second. He might use a silver bullet to open the map up. He doesn't, and that's a bit of a waste of a super and overall of a push here for gaming.
Yeah, I'm confused as to what the idea was for the super there, but perhaps it was just to give it to Lonely Cactus and get out of the way. Though Lonely Cactus is going to be almost able to get that. An amazing calculation there from Didi. Of course, we're talking D, who has, like not really the fastest shot, as well as, being a tough angle to shoot that at. I mean, just beautifully handled there by Didi. Team wipe from Mood Gaming, a slow roll in to get that first goal going. Only 30 seconds left in the match, and Cyber Empire, they got a lot of ground to make up here. They don't have the max super ready to go. They have a Rosa backed up all the way. This is not the position they want to be in. This is no doubt going to Mood Gaming.
Yeah, good stuff from Mood. They looked pretty strong in this one. There were a couple of moments of struggle, but man, Didi on that B was putting in some work. He got some sick shots out, man. When he was in a 1 versus 3 and managed to kill the 2 attackers, so that was the Max with movement speed and the Rosa that was movement speed as well. The Rosa that would have scored, by the way, and he just hit a miraculous shot at max speed. I mean, that was absolutely nuts, but he made it work. And that is going to be the first game of Brawl Ball going the way of the French once again. Moving into game 2, I feel like Cyber Empire. I mean, if we assume that Mood Gaming stays on this comp, it's a pretty versatile comp. I'm not entirely sure if I agree with everything. Like, for example, B and Colt. I really love that combo, opening up that map, getting those snipes from afar. You know the drill. I really like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that works too well with an EMS that doesn't really have the most range and doesn't really benefit the most from an open map. But at the same time, you know, if they're not really facing brawlers that have more range than the EMS, then it doesn't really ultimately matter. And actually, the wall's gone could be a bit of an advantage. So I feel like that was a bit of a bet. If I were Mood, I would just switch out the EMS maybe if they want to stay with the same comp and go for something that just combines a bit better overall. And for Cyber Empire, I mean, they could go mirror matchup. They could go for something like a Piper is something I would really like to see, because it's just really strong against those sniper brawlers, because it just has so much range, and it's one of the best sniper duelists in the game. It doesn't really, you know, get matched, and I know it's not the best on this map. It's not the best in Brawl, but it's not the best brawler in general. It just does really well against those snipers. Maybe something very aggressive could work as well. They could literally keep the Rosa and Max and maybe bring in another tank or a healer, something like that. I don't know. I feel like the possibilities are there. We'll see what they pick as we are hopping in right now. And they went for the Gene. That is definitely interesting, and also almost a goal.
Wow, that was a very, very close call there on the defense. We see
nice
Pogo trying to pass it over to RZM. Wow, and nice. Well, gonna toss that ball backwards into the goal. Mood Gaming, they're making an impression here. Cyber Empire, you know, they need to do something to deal with that very versatile comp that Mood was running last game, and it just doesn't look like they're able to keep up. Is he gonna... Oh, that is a disrespectful way to end the game right there. A lightning fast offense there coming out of Mood Gaming. I mean, some very well-seasoned players and some familiar faces. As you were saying, you know, content creators, they've been in this game for a long time, and they're well-known, and they're well-known for a reason. Right? And they're just here to, I guess, get some more fame for themselves and make a statement, right? They don't need to run that versatile comp that they were running the first round. Though we actually did see Cyber Empire, they stayed on, you know, pretty similar comp to what they ran the previous time. I would argue that that is pretty map specific. You know, you run the Rosa and the Max, though they, you know, it just was not working for them, even with the adjustment they made in game number 2.
Yeah, Cyber Empire just kind of falling on the short end, really just not able to find quite as much as they were hoping for. Robo Highway is gonna be the next map that we'll be playing. On the map, the jump pads are in fact teleporters that go from the nearest, that combine the nearest ones every time. So the top 2 left teleporters connect each other, and the top, or rather the bottom right 2 teleporters are connected as well. So interesting maps, very separate lanes, but at the same time with a teleporter you can do a lot of stuff. It's a map that I used to really dislike because I found it so messy and confusing. But at a higher level of play, I'm kind of getting a bit more fond of it. I'm kind of enjoying seeing them, you know, go for some nice outplays with the teleporters.
Yeah, I love it. It kind of reminds me of Surge's gadget, right? Because you're able to teleport that short distance just to snag a kill or 2 in whatever, however it works out. But take a look at our brawlers. Actually, wow, RZM going for this teleport onto the right lane. Wonder what that was about. Perhaps the rollout is just a little bit faster. Though, take a look at the brawlers coming out of Cyber Empire. They're running the Lu at this time, and they're going to need it because here on Robo Highway, that bot just beelines it straight to the Ike. It is tough to keep it from connecting with your Ike just because there are no obstacles preventing it from getting in. Here comes the defense, though, from Cyber Empire. They're going to get this freeze on the bot. Not going to be able to
That is not the best freeze, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate. I mean, typically a better freeze would have kept that bot frozen on the box, though they only took 5% damage, so it's not that bad. They weren't able to take out any enemies, though, and that is really going to be giving them some issues. Max teleporting behind RZM, using that teleport to get, I wouldn't even call that a pinch. I would call that like a crush. That was 3 brawlers surrounding Carl there. Absolutely brutal, Teddy.
Yeah, he got jumped on, man. He got mugged. It wasn't as much of a pinch as an absolute mugging. And it is a sweet kill. That's going to be an extra bolt, I believe, for Cyber Empire. Indeed, 2-2 in bolts. But, you know, if you're coming into that last siege spot, you have equal amount of bolts and they have control. You are not going to be in a comfortable position, and especially when match point is on the line. The blind pull from Aquac, a bit risky. It's not going to be paying off. The DD finds Mac anyways. Lonely Cactus is so low HP, RZM should be able to clear that up. Will just take his time for now, goes for the dash, finds the kill finally, and this is going to be siege bot for Mood Gaming. They take this game and they get to match point ready set.
Yeah, they're already bringing us to match point. They've completely swept. I mean, we saw one game go to Cyber Empire, but, you know, call it a fluke, if you will. That was the Carl incident in game number 2 of set number 1. Yeah, a worthy defense from Cyber Empire. They're just, I guess, going to have to drill a little bit, maybe try and gain a little bit more info about Mood Gaming, but, you know, this is going to be a tough one for them to come back from it. They need the reverse sweep here. Maybe, you know, they've gained a little bit of information. We saw RZM using that teleporter a lot. I mean, even right from the beginning, right? Speeding up the rollout, using that teleport to get on the right lane, but then we saw using it to teleport behind someone and pinch that left lane. It's a great strat. And, you know, I'm kind of wondering, you know, it almost looks as if they've practiced this map just because of the strategies that are emerging here.
Yeah, it feels like they were much more confident and comfortable with the map overall. I think that Cyber Empire, the proof that they were not comfortable on this map was that Lu pick. I feel like if they had practiced it before, they would have known that the Lu super here, at least in the way they were using it, doesn't work. I'm not sure if you can use it. I haven't seen it played on this map before, but you can't really do the very strong zone where the siege bot just gets stuck against a wall and just pretty much dies. Which is, why you want to be playing Lu. Like, Lu is not bad, but it's definitely the main asset. And you look at this, they switch him over. They know it's not as strong as they expected. Nice timing from Aquac to get the heal down. He is gonna get some more shots down. Does full, but HP wise, it's kind of all over the place. RZM is rocking the Mortis ready. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's really interesting here. I mean, this is Mood Gaming, once again, kind of showboating, because they don't need the Mortis to win, right? In fact, they could win with a far better comp. So this is just a bit of a flex here with the Mort pick. I mean, if I had to guess, right, if I had to just, throw something out there, I would say perhaps these guys are a little bit more experienced on pushing these maps on ladder, right? And that is why they're a little bit more adjusted to just these very powerful strats. I mean, look at Equac already looking to get that kill. Wow, RZM staying just alive by the skin of his teeth. Had a bit of a heal there from Equac to stay alive. RZM still staying in the running. And actually, this one could go either way. It looks like Mood Gaming, they're barely going to get this level 5 siege bot, and they're going to bring the bolt difference to just 3 bolts heading into our final siege right after this one.
Yeah, Siegebot gets cleaned up quite quickly, quite efficiently. The thing is, it does deal a lot of damage to the players, which is definitely not going to be helping them when it gets about getting back in control. DD gets pulled, that's going to be a really quick kill. RZM going in, finds one, but gets traded out. Ekwak fighting for his life. And bolts-wise, Cyber Empire, they might be able to take this one. RZM pushing up, finds one, finds two, heals back up. I don't know if it's enough to stop them from getting this siege bot. Oh, it is! It's a tie!
Oh my gosh! In the thumbs down, there is no contest. Of course, there's the possibility of Cyber Empire pushing in, and it looks like that's what they're gonna have to try. No, but they're not gonna be able to get the mid control. We're gonna see just a teeny bit of damage there from the Jaws. Oh, and the spin too. The sleeping. Wow, I mean, Cyber Empire congratulating their enemy, but you know, you definitely know they are not pleased. Look at Ikwak there. He's just chilling. He's like, easy game, easy clap there for Mood Gaming. Unbelievable.
Yeah, really good stuff. I think they played this match wonderfully well. You know, in the first game or two, I thought, okay, maybe Cyber Empire, they can actually give them, you know, a run for their money. It wasn't quite the case. Mood Gaming extremely convincing. They'll be moving on to the finals here in the upper bracket. They're looking good, man. They are definitely looking good. They'll be joining the Kazakhstan team we watched in match 1, and Cyber Empire will be joining Module 7, the Polish team, in the knockout game. That's going to be our next match, but we are going to be going through a bit of a break before that, I believe. Yeah, man, are you excited about the rest of our matches today? Ready?
I'm super excited. Cannot wait to get into Cyber Empire versus Module 7. I mean, we saw a strong performance from Module 7. Cyber Empire kind of got walked over, but, you know, maybe this is their opportunity to shine. So, as we're getting into the match between Module 7 and Cyber Empire, we're going to have some highlights from the previous match. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nice little break there. Got to take a look at the highlights. We are going to be heading straight into Module 7 versus Cyber Empire. We saw some strong performances from both of these teams. Maybe a less confident performance from Cyber Empire, but of course, they were going up against a very well-known and established team. So, you know, can't wait to see what sort of strats emerge here, Teddy.
Yeah, they are gonna have to give it their all because this is a knockout match already. The losing team is gonna be out. The winning team will move up on the lower bracket, which means that they will still stand a chance at qualifying for the next round. So yeah, Module 7 versus Cyber Empire is our next match here. Afterwards, we will have the finals of Group B, which is going to be Golden Age versus Mood Gaming, the winners of the semifinals.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to watch. I mean, we saw Mood Gaming just completely stomping. I mean, I could put it nicely, but they did completely stomp Cyber Empire. Golden Age, though, they had a bit of a closer game against Module 7 Purple. So we're gonna have to see, how Golden Age is gonna stand up against Mood Gaming. Are they gonna bring the same mettle that they did against Module 7? We saw that victory almost slip through Golden Age's fingers. Module 7, they almost got that reverse sweep, but Golden Age, they were able to take it back right at the very end. But enough of that. We're going to be getting into match number 3. It's our elimination match between Module 7 Purple and Cyber Empire. Our first set is going to be on Crystal Arcade, then moving into Robo Highway and Snaked Assault. And our final 2 maps to break any ties, Open Plaza and Field Goal. I've not seen too much of Open Plaza, but Field Goal, I don't see much in competitive, but I actually love playing this map on ladder. I'm hoping that we go into that set.
Yeah, I'm curious, man. It's always fun to have those community maps, or those at least non-competitive maps in play. At least from our perspective, it also kind of reminds us that there's, we kind of take the competitive maps for granted, and it kind of shows us that there are some other opportunities. There are a couple of maps where you watch them and you're there like, okay, this actually seems like it plays well, it looks fun, it's exciting, and it brings something new and fresh to the picture. I think one big standout was Bot Riot for me. I had never seen that map before. It's the one with like the kind of S-shaped walls with bushes in the middle. Absolutely love the map now. Every time I see it in the list, I'm like super excited. Just one of those examples where you learn something new and it makes things a bit more exciting. Anyways, man, this is a tough one, because on the one hand you have Module 7 that lost against the Kazakhstan team. I forgot their name. Golden something.
Golden Age.
Do you remember? Golden Age. Thank you very much. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, they lost against them, and sure, they had a nice comeback, so they had technically a better performance than Cyber Empire, that got absolutely like swept by Mood Gaming. But on the other hand, Cyber Empire, they were facing a really, really solid team. Whereas Module 7, we're not too sure yet where Golden Age is like placing, in this mix. So it's a tough one to say. If you look at the performance in the individual matches, Module 7 would be the favorite. But if you look at the strength of the opponents that they lost against, Cyber Empire, they definitely lost to a much better team on paper than than Golden Age. So it's tough to say, man. I'm not entirely sure what to expect in this one, but I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be fun for sure. So Module 7 representing Poland, whereas Cyber Empire are representing Kazakhstan. Quite different countries and cultures. We'll see if one of them maybe has a bit of a competitive advantage coming into this one. Not so sure. Sometimes some like cultural mentalities change a bit, and like the work ethics or whatever not, or the meta. So who knows?
That's interesting you say that. Yeah, I want to talk about this next upcoming match. It's Module 7 Purple versus Cyber Empire. I mean, we did see Cyber Empire when they were face up against Mood Gaming. Sort of towards the end, they bring out the Lu that's not so great on the map. Maybe are perhaps are outmatched in their ability to adapt to some of these maps that we're less familiar with, right? Module 7, though, we saw they were bringing out some good comps. Later on in their match, right? We saw Golden Age, they started things off with a couple of really good sets, and then Module 7, they kind of found their footing, and they brought out a good comp in Hot Zone, right? And then in the next set. And so maybe that's what we can expect going into this Cyber Empire, whether their skill, right, sort of out of the question. It's really going to come down to whether they can pick just the right brawlers on some of these maps that we see very infrequently in competitive play.
Yeah, and a bit of a funny contrast also between those two teams. Whereas Module 7 kind of like got better and better the further they got into their match. It kind of seemed like it was the opposite for Cyber Empire. Like, it started off all right. Like, it wasn't like great, but it started off all right, and then it slowly was like falling off all the way to the third set, where it was kind of like the pinnacle of tough games. So yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like Module 7, they are going to be really salty about losing that fifth set against Golden Age, man. it's always so heartbreaking. Like, I genuinely don't like care on a personal level who wins, you know, but you always want to see some great matches and some great stories, and an underdog story is always nice. A story where you're down 2-0 and you have to reverse sweep your opponents, it's always fun. And that they just fall short in the last set, I can just feel their pain. And the real question is, can they turn that into, like, you know, a motivation, into like a passionate anger to play better and to perform at the peak of their skill? Or is it gonna be something that gets them in a bad mood and they just aren't really able to get back in the game, and they kind of lose focus and motivation, and it's downhill from there? It really depends on how they're able to use their you know, their mood as a factor coming into those matches. And some teams do it very well. Some teams, such as SK Gaming, for example, they are like, they're cold-blooded. They literally can lose like big time, and then the next one they'll be just like, they have a full-on mental reset between every single game and set. Like, it's like they're not related whatsoever, and it's such a big advantage. But at the same time, if you can use, you know, those emotions to a nice extent, it can kind of work out as well. I don't know, man. We'll have to find out. I can tell you they are not happy about, you know, failing that reverse sweep in the last set. We'll have to find out how they're able to approach this one against Cyber Empire.
Yeah, both of these teams are coming hot off a pretty disappointing loss, whether it's you know, an attempt, or, you know, just getting so close to a reverse sweep, or just getting completely steamrolled, and, you know, your only win being just a mistake, a major mistake by the enemy team. Gonna have to see how these two teams handle it. Module 7, if you ask me, right, just judging by the player cam, it looks like, you know, they play a lot by instinct, right? Their mechanics are just kind of built into them like muscle memory. And so when they started winning, they're like, oh yeah, that's more usual, right? That's more similar to how I usually play, right? Not necessarily applying like some different strategy mentally, right? They're choosing their comps with their brains, but they're playing the game with their muscle memory and with their hands. Rather with Cyber Empire, we see them, you know, I think, trying to apply themselves more mentally with the strat, and I think it didn't work out too well for them, most notably in Siege. But with that, we're going to be heading into game number 1 of set number 1 here on Crystal Arcade. Take a look at our brawlers. I mean, just look at these comps. We have the Max and the Gene coming out from, well, actually, Gene coming out from both teams, but it's a double suck from Cyber Empire, but it's the Gene Max coming out from Module 7. I mean, kind of wondering, what is the interaction between these two comps gonna be, Teddy?
Yeah, the Tara pick is definitely interesting. We saw in the interview from Cyber Empire that they like to play Tara, and I mean, Joss is definitely going to be showing us why, as he just gets that nice pull onto Angel. Easy kill. I mean, M7, they still have a little bit of a gem lead. It's only a single gem, and Lonely Cactus is able to match it now. But look at this, Joss consistently winning those fights, consistently getting those pulls and finding so much value.
Yeah, I find it interesting. I mean, take a look on the right lane, this interaction between Joss and Sandy. We saw Sandy actually feed Tara pretty hard there on that last push. Of course, was able to take the dub this time with some assistance from Jack. But look, he's just feeding Tara pretty hard. And, I mean, he's looking for that kill, but it's just giving Tara this next pull. Here comes the pull from Gene, and we see Tara able to farm her pull off of that, and they don't even need these gems here. Yep, they're just going to turn right back around. Sandy coming in with the support with that Sandstorm, and we're going to see all of these gems go on to Gene. That is going to be Cyber Empire, it looks like, taking this one, unless we can see a monstrous pull from Jack. But no, he's all by himself. There is no coming back. That is going to be this game going to Cyber Empire. And I just want to say that was just absolute textbook, just a perfect example of why Gene Tara works out so well, because all of, like, either of them is going to have a pull to pull, you know, an important player out of position at any given time. We see Gene gets the pull, right? He's able to farm it up a lot more easily than Tara because he just has longer range, longer poking range. But Jean gets a pull. Tara takes advantage of the stun target and is able to farm a purple. And we just saw back-to-back supers from those two. Was almost able to get a team wipe, but but more importantly though, it got all of those gems for them and allowed them to take back control of mid to run it home.
Yeah, pulls are a great way of clutching up and showing some individual performance and getting those kills, clearing your lane, getting some juicy pulls and sucks, and having two brawlers that can get those pulls down is absolutely massive when it comes to a map like this. Obviously, it is counterable, but it's still gonna be a pretty strong combination. And it just leaves them so much space to work with, because even if the Jean fails his pool or gets taken out, the Tara is still there ready to hit a super and get that kill cleaned up. And it's just so hard to avoid and to get out of that position. So solid come from Cyber Empire, one of the couple of maps where I feel like Tara is still playable. She's not really in the best place meta-wise. I think you pretty much only see her in Snake Prairie in competitive play at the moment. But a nice way to use her here and find some nice value.
Yeah, and I love just to, I wasn't paying too close of attention to what gadget we saw Tara running, but the ability to see in those bushes, which are a really important element of this map, because you have a lot of isolated little bushes, so there could be someone in any one of those, especially on lane, right? Individual bushes on each lane, just that an enemy could be hiding in. Are sort of a pain, right? Especially when they circle around that obstacle, so you don't know which side of the obstacle they're going to be on, whether they're going to be behind it, and that sort of thing. So definitely playing at an advantage in that regard. Though, of course, with the interaction that we saw was Tara versus Sandy, and I think Sandy, definitely has the advantage when it comes to getting really nice burst damage, especially around corners, getting that wall peek. It was a bit surprising to me to see Tara consistently winning that lane when Sandy wasn't being helped out with a little bit of assistance from mid. It's really the struggle though was that Sandy, with let's be fair, kind of short-ish range, had to run straight in order to gain any access to hitting Tara, and thus fed her quite a bit. So the counter to Jean Tara, though, is to not feed them, right? And that's especially difficult when you choose a brawler that is unable to hit them unless you're in their range.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. The Tara was actually playing the Shadows gadget, so the one that spawns 3 shadows. Quite interesting, especially since once again, it's something that kind of favors the Sandy, because she can, Sandy is just so strong against multiple targets, so just 2 shots and they're all dead. So not entirely sure how that was won so convincingly by Mac, but he is switching off to the M's now as Jack just moved to the Tara. Interesting dynamics happening over there.
Yeah, this one seems to favor Mac unless we see like a little bit of assistance from Sprout. Mac is actually getting very aggressive here, pushing them all the way back to their spawn, just trying to establish control of mid for his team. Got a kill there and picked up 3 gems. It's very nice for Mac. Mac might switch up his playstyle now to be a little bit less aggressive. We're actually going to see Lonely Cactus rotate over here on the right lane to try and pick up a kill on Jack. Jaws getting that kill on Cacti. That is, the interaction that we have seen a lot between Tara and Sandy, is that Tara is doing pretty well against Sandy. Here comes the shades from Tara, wasting a few shots. Gonna give Cyber Empire a chance to retreat. We only have a few seconds left in the match. No game-changing supers coming out from Module 7. This one is quite possibly going to go the way of Cyber Empire.
Yeah, nothing that M7 can do about it. Cyber Empire, take this game, take this set, and kick things off with a pretty healthy lead early on in this match, as Jamgrab is going their way and will be moving on to set number 2. Man, I've got to say, Module 7, it looks kind of similar as the early match against Golden Age, very one-sided. They're not really able to find much. The comms are not really they're not really in control of the comms. That's the thing. They're not really like, picking OP stuff from the beginning and letting their opponents like adjust. It's them that have to adjust because they're behind comp wise every single game so far. So they gotta work on that for sure. I mean, it's over with this set. The next one is gonna be their chance to try to get into that and try to get into a better position. And it just starts off in the picking process, right? Like if you're behind and your comp is just worse than your opponents, you start off with a disadvantage. Robo Highway though is gonna be our second set. That's obviously Siege. A map we saw earlier as well with the teleporters was quite a bit of fun already. Do you expect any specific brawlers to come up on this map?
Yeah, I mean, like, we saw some great performance from Max and Gene, and we're no stranger to the Gene coming out from both of these teams, as we saw in our first set, so can definitely expect to see some Gene. I mean, if these teams were taking their notes on the previous match, we had some, like, crazy pinches coming out of Max, right? Max, Gene just surrounding the enemy, using those teleporters, and we'll have to see. You see Gene and Max and Sandy, the mirror match coming out from both teams. Not too surprising, but I mean, I guess it is always a pleasant surprise to see the mirror match, because this does actually show who is more mechanically skilled, right? It is no longer a game of who is out-comping the other. It just comes down to skill, and it looks like actually Cyber Empire has found their footing. They're already getting this level 4 siege bot and just getting this complete domination of mid.
Level 4 siege bot is pretty rare for siege bot number 1. I gotta say, it doesn't happen all that often, especially in competitive. The pool is available on Lonely as well. Finds a connection on Jack. That's just going to get easy. Kill gets matched though. So 2 on 2. With Angel popping that gadget, it just leaves a big opening for Cyber Empire to find some more control, find some more balls. They will get this siege bot. M7 are coming back, but is it gonna be enough to actually stand a chance?
Yeah, and it might not. I mean, they're only going to be able to pick up this 5th bolt here if they're lucky. Jack just barely staying alive. That 5th bolt being deposited now. They're going to have this opportunity to defend here. All 3 of them. Actually, Mac is going to find a kill, and that is going to be loads of damage coming in on their safe. And wow, this is just a perfect opportunity for Cyber Empire to regroup and keep control of mid. The Gene we see waiting for that pull. Lonely Cactus not going to get the pull. No, not going to get the kill or the pull, but it looks like Cyber Empire could take back control of mid here. It is now a 2v3, a massive pull there for Cacpie. Now going to be able to try and get the skill. A nice pinch there between Jack and Cacpie. It is just all over the place. Cyber Empire, though, they're not going to get this last bot, nor are they going to tie it. They're going to have to be equipped for this last fight. They need a max super right now, and that could actually be their ticket to success. We're going to see Gene just going for this gadget. He's barely going to stay alive. He's going to get that pull, though, and it could actually be a quite nice defense there for Cyber Empire.
Is it going to be enough? It is!
Wow.
They make it work, your Cyber Empire. It looked pretty close, but they defend it successfully, and Module 7, they lose the first game of Siege as well. It looked a bit slim early on, but they do manage to make it work. Your Cyber Empire, man, quite a team here in this match. It's nice to see them winning, you know what I mean? Like, because against Mood Gaming, it wasn't there wasn't a lot of winning for Cyber Empire, so it's nice to kind of see when they're actually, you know, in a bit of a more fair match to that extent, you know, like skill wise. They're definitely better matched than them and Mood Gaming. Mood Gaming just absolutely clapped them, and here we can kind of see them at action. We can see them actually like fighting, whereas against Mood it was just like taking whatever Mood would throw at them and try to make the best out of it. Here they're much more dominant, and they're much more like setting the rules, setting the trends against Module 7.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if Cyber Empire got stomped by Mood Gaming, and then Golden Age was starting to struggle against Module 7, I think we know really who's at the top of the food chain here in Group B. Cyber Empire, though, they've had a fantastic performance so far. Of course, this is, though, a trend that we saw with Golden Age versus Module 7, right? Module 7, they kind of struggled to find their place at first. Golden Age, they almost got reverse swept. This could be a similar story, though Cyber Empire, I mean, even on the mirror match, they are having a really nice time. Of course, it was a pretty close game just now, though they do seem to be pretty well acquainted with, you know, what goals are trying to accomplish, especially when they're faced with the mirror match. So, you know, pretty good looking from where we currently stand for Cyber Empire.
Yeah, definitely. They're much more comfortable as well than against Mood. Against Mood, it just really didn't feel like they were in control of anything, you know what I mean? They were just like... They were just dancing, you know what I mean? They were dancing to the beat of Mood. Here, they're the ones making the music, and they are doing a terrific job at it. That's gonna be an early fight here, won by M7 as they find kill number 1. It's a 2-on-3, not the end of the world, and honestly, Cyber Empire, they don't even really have a lot less control, even though they do lose the player now. The nice pull comes through, but that's gonna be a kill. Bubble is next up. Doesn't really find any kills in Cyber Empire. They get the first kill spot in the end.
Yeah, that's crazy actually, because it looked like they just completely whiffed that first push. Module 7, they've got a pretty latent second bolt, so they weren't able to tie it up. Not going to be much damage on Module 7's safe, but Cyber Empire, now they're going to find this opportunity to really spread themselves out over mid. Wow, Mac going down so quickly. That is the power of the max speed on Gene. Johnson not going to be able to fight against this one either. Though, Lonely Cactus now coming in. The heal coming in from Mac as he respawns, and we're going to see Control now go to Cyber Empire. Whether it's going to be a tie, that is questionable. Actually, wow. Looks like this push is going to go to Cyber Empire. Or no, never mind. Very close. A tie. So Cyber Empire, they're going to need to pick up this next spot if they plan on winning this set.
Yeah, same goes to Module 7, obviously. HL low HP should be falling to Lonely Cactus. Indeed, Cacti does manage to hit a nice pool. That's going to be some bolts for M7, and they're going to be getting back into this game. Only a single bolt behind that. Middle control, things could slowly get a bit dangerous here for Cyber Empire. If they're not careful, let's see, but it's going to go the way of M7.
Yeah, it looks like they're just 2, 3, 4, 5 bolts behind. They're not going to be able to get this push. Wonder what exactly they were anticipating with the choice of their comp this time. But this one, without a doubt, is going to Module 7. I mean, there's no way they're going to be able to defend this. Well, there's no way they're going to be able to defend this. I had to stop myself for a moment because I felt I was calling it early. This game is going to Module 7. That is going to bring us to set point. Cyber Empire, they ran a very tanky comp this time, and it looked like they got outranged and outplayed by the gene pulls. I mean, they're going to have to bring something a little bit different to the table in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, man, it's double set point. It's a really important one as well, because the difference is absolutely monumental. If Cyber Empire win this one, it's going to be 2-0. That's a really solid lead. That's one set away from going to the finals of the lower bracket. Module 7, though, if they manage to win this one, we're all tied up. It's the reset. They secure at least their way all the way until match 4. So definitely a lot on the line. A very stressful game coming up next year, because for Module 7 being down 2-0, I mean, they've come back worse. We saw it earlier. They can do it, but even then, it's very demanding, very exhausting, and very unreliable. So they need to be really careful. They are the team with the more pressure here, because Cyber Empire, worst case, you know, they tie things up and they play next round, so what?
Yeah, exactly. Cyber Empire, they're going to take a couple L's here right off the bat. Oh, actually, it looks like they're going to be able to barely snag this first spot, or at least bring it to a tie. Tie just slightly. Cyber Empire, despite a rough first push, I mean, we didn't see Module 7 really able to capitalize on that since there were just not bolts for them to take. They had a window of opportunity, they had a window of control, but it just wasn't enough. Caspi, gonna go down to Mac. Despite a pull, Mac was still able to grab that kill. A missed pull there from Cyber Empire. A large blow for Lonely Cactus is gonna also go down. It looks to, well, Lonely Cactus survived. Oh no! He went down to the Rude Sands. That was so avoidable, but I mean, sometimes when you're really in the element, you're very fixated on certain elements and can sometimes forget that, you know, Sandy Super does 100 damage with Rude Sands. A level 8 siege bot though for Cyber Empire, and a large lead for Module 7 as we're going to be heading into the final push. After this, look at Caspi. Cacfi. He's like not looking too happy right now, but they do stand a very good chance of keeping their lead on this last push. I mean, this is pretty open here at mid, but they're gonna have to grab some more bolts if they want to keep control.
They will, and they will need more damage than what Cyber Empire found so far, as well as Module 7 are 5 seconds away from getting that siege bomb. It is going to be a fun one. It is level 15. That's a big boy heading the way of Cyber Empire's Ike. How well can it defend this one? It's going to be a tough job.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's a job that Cyber Empire's cut out for. Look at the look at the relief on Cacpi's face. He's gonna look directly into the camera. just to humor us, man. Yeah, he's definitely going through some rough thoughts mentally. Just did not want to head into that 2-0 again. This is actually fantastic for Module 7. They're not going to once again go back to that 2-0 deficit. They're bringing the match score to 1-1. Now they get to reset that loss that they took in Siege, and it's looking a lot better. The outlook is a lot better than it was before.
Yeah, it's much better. Finally, you know, in a situation where they're not really in a do or die matter, and they can have a bit more space to work with. Much more kills, much more damage. Overall, just really solid performance from Module 7 coming down to Siege.
Yeah, look at Module 7. I mean, as far as kill count, 35-21. I mean, if that is not a clear indicator, then I don't know what is. I mean, Cyber Empire, though, we saw them almost take that game when they were running a very tanky comp and just going down all the time, right? Just depositing the bullets. That's the name of the game. But with that, we're going to be heading into Snaked Assault. An interesting map here. I mean, what do you got to say about that, Teddy?
I'm honestly not very familiar with it, and I didn't really have time to look at what it looks like. So if you've played it more than me, which you probably have, maybe you have some insights regarding the picks. I mean, you know, just from stuff from Ladder.
I'm gonna confess, not at all. And I anticipate that our players in this upcoming set are gonna be in a similar position. They're gonna have to really improvise, because I don't think this is a map that people really play a bunch. But I mean, it really comes back to what we've been saying all along, is that this is the true test, right? This is the test of who knows the game like on a really deep level, not just specifics, but who understands the game generally the best and is able to make good compositions, good choices, have good mechanics, take advantage of the map and its obstacles. Right, at the end of the day, that's what the most skilled players, you know, the ones who rise to the top, they're going to be the ones who can adapt the best.
Yeah, that is a very fair point for sure. Yeah, I had a point which I kind of lost. Let me think about it. I had something I wanted to say, man. I lost it. Well, fair enough. Anywho, it happens. Cyber Empire, man, they're still, like, they weren't looking too bad in Siege. I feel like they just kind of struggled to get those final siege bots. I think both times they got the like every siege bot or something except for the third one, which is definitely a bit of a tough way to lose. So maybe that could go a bit in the favor of Module 7, having that extra momentum boost, and Cyber Empire not feeling like they played Siege very badly but still lost. It's always tough. On the other hand, if we looked at set 1, that was a pretty convincing one, and it was all pretty much a Cyber Empire show.
Yeah, and I think really for Cyber Empire, it came down to them not picking as great of a comp in game number 2, right? And that didn't allow them time to adapt after what they saw Module 7 was running in game number 3. There's no game after game number 3, so you can't really adapt. And by then, Siege is behind you, so it's kind of like there's nothing really to learn for the subsequent games. So what they're going to have to do is maybe play a little bit safer. We've seen really great gameplay coming out of Cyber Empire. I mean, the double pull, it was a great comp. We saw good mechanics. We don't usually see Tara played in competitive, and they played it well. They had, as I said, good mechanics. So perhaps what they need to bring out is, not something that is so kind of like just, unexpected as this tank comp they ran in Siege, right? Play something a little bit more general, play something a little bit safer. But with that, we're going to be heading into Snaked Assault, and take a look at our brawlers. We got the Byron mid, the 8-bit, and the Colette on the lanes, but Cyber Empire, they are running something quite different. They are running the Tara, they're running the Jessie, and they're running the Crow. So Crow, we don't see a lot in Heist, right? We see him on more open maps. This is certainly one of them. But, I mean, the healing is not necessarily an important element here in Heist.
No, that is true. But on the other hand, when you're facing a Byron, it could be worse, right? As an anti-healer, since it also reduces heals on other people. So, like, if 8-bit is getting healed, for example, by the Byron, but he's also poisoned, he will also get healed less. So it doesn't only apply to self heals. So I guess to that extent, I mean, maybe a bit lucky that he's facing a Byron, but even then, it's like kind of working out here. Nice kill though, the jump from Mag. That's going to be a lot of extra damage. And Cyber Empire kicking things up with, yeah, some nice shots down on save.
Wow, Lonely Cactus getting that kill on Byron. We're going to see these guys getting more damage on the save. And we do see a Cacti forced to come back around for the defense, not able to go full offense. Here comes the damage on the save. We're barely able to see that defense from 8-bit. 5% left on the save. Just one shot could have done it. And a massive pull there from Lonely Cactus. This could be the opening that Cyber Empire needs. I mean, there's no question whether Crow is going to jump on that save if he's presented with the opportunity. Here we see Crow ready to go with that jump, but I mean, they're not going to be able to get past Jessie. That is, wow, actually going to be a pretty nice game coming out of Cyber Empire. I mean, I was suspicious of the Crow, but Teddy was quick to correct me. Pretty good as the anti-healer. I mean, you're running extra noxious, and I suppose, you're also combining that with Crow's passive healing denial, right? Plus the slow, so you're going to get massive debuffs racked up on Byron.
Yeah, fun story. I remember what I wanted to say earlier. It
Let's
took me a whole
go.
game to figure it out, but I do remember it now. Anyways, you talked earlier about, being able to make those comps on the non-competitive maps being more challenging and requiring a bit of a deeper skill and knowledge. And I completely agree, because a lot of teams, they will kind of fall in the pitfall of just looking at what other teams play on the maps and just basically like stealing other teams' comps, instead of really like thinking like, why is this comp good, and like really trying to understand the deeper meaning, why those brawlers are played in this position, what makes it strong. Instead, it's a bit easier to kind of feel like, oh, I saw Code Magic play this comp, I should just play it too. And that's kind of something that is really important here, because it is about, having that understanding and understanding how each brawler interacts, what is going to be a factor that is going to be favoring one and each other, the type of like affinities and how they can boost each other up, make some wombo combos or very deadly combinations. And so far it seems like Cyber Empire have been doing a pretty okay job on this map. We'll see if they can keep it up for the rest. I mean, they managed to take back the lead, that's already a step forward, but Model 7 still right behind their toes.
Yeah, I think what happened there was Module 7. I mean, we saw Colette go all the way around back to the safe, but then realize, oh no, I need to come back for the defense. So we saw Cyber Empire just kind of find an opening and then just go to town on the safe, because that safe is in a pretty vulnerable position. There are lots of points from which you can access the safe and do damage to it. And even though the damage that Cyber Empire was doing to the safe wasn't really fast damage, right? Usually for that sort of like just clobbering the safe, you'll see a base race comp. But from Cyber Empire, they're running the Jessie. Jessie didn't even get a turret. We see a Crow just like maybe hitting like 1 or 2 on the safe. Yeah, and it worked because they were able to suppress the enemy. They allowed one enemy to go on their safe. Maybe an oversight from Module 7 on that one, because Colette on the safe without a super isn't like that great. So we'll probably see some different mentalities arise in this next game, but I mean, we're gonna have to, because from where we stand, Cyber Empire could very, very realistically bring this to 1-2.
Yeah, that is very much possible. They only need one game to do that, and they have shown us some nice promise regarding their skill and where they can get and go. We should be hopping in shortly, but yeah, I'm looking forward to this, man. I feel like Cyber Empire, this is their chance to get yet another set on the board. Module 7, I mean, if they tie things up, it's all tied up. You always love that, right? It really sets teams on an equal footing, and you can kind of like get a bit more of a reset, get back into the right mentality and dominate through the match. And we are ready to go.
Yeah, take a look at our brawlers here. We're running the Jessie now coming out of Module 7. They're running something kind of similar to what they were running last time, but they're getting rid of that Byron, because Byron was just countered so hard. And just look at the advance coming from Cyber Empire. Just one lane dropping after the other. It's not looking so great. Look how easy it is for Jessie to access this safe here and also hit enemies at the same time. Lonely Cactus going to get a shade on the safe, going to take this opportunity to heal up as well. A nice little chunk of damage already on the safe, and just waiting for an opportunity to get even more damage on the safe. I guess Lonely Cactus decided he was going to go down to try and defend the safe, or what the idea was there, I'm not really sure. Maybe missed that pull on Jessie there, which, maybe a bit of an oversight, a little bit uncharacteristic. Though Mac going to pick up a kill here, and we're going to see this sort of equalize out as we see the first bits of damage trickle in from Module 7.
Yeah, good stuff. They're slowly getting back into this game, but it's still quite a way to go. Nice damage booster from Cacti. Gonna try to laser down that save. He's gonna do that pretty successfully now. Model 7, they do have the lead. 1 minute left on the clock. And Cyber Empire, they're gonna need to start to be really careful. Can they make this work? They do find a trade. Lonely Cactus has another super available. He's gonna use it, but it's gonna be a miss, and he's down to 257 HP.
Yeah, it looks like actually Cyber Empire is going to try and just rush towards the space. They got to make a very quick assault here, because it looks like they know they are going to lose on this next push if they allow Module 7 to get through. And here come the last bits of damage from Cacti. Is it going to be enough? We see a little, no, not too much damage from Jessie there. Cacti just almost going to get some damage. We'll probably see the last hit come from Jack as he's able to get some flames on the safe, and that is going to be our next set coming to a tie.
Yeah, 1-1 in sets, 1-1 in this specific set, and this is gonna be the chance for either teams to go a bit more in the distance, pick up their second set, for both teams. So yeah, they are gonna have to be really careful when it comes down to this one. You don't want to be overextending. You don't want to give them too many advantages. but both teams, man, they look very, very evenly matched. I feel like in the first couple of games, and so we haven't really had this level of like of a close matchup compared to other games in Group A and the other match in Group B. So pretty fun stuff. I'm looking forward to see how long they can keep going like this. But once again, third set quite important here, gives you a bit of an extra notch, a bit of an extra lead, and just gets you in a more comfortable situation, because you basically have another life in case you lose. So it gives them a bit more space to work with.
Yeah, they're going to need some space to work with as we head into this next game. I mean, both teams are going to have to learn something from each other. We saw, Module 7, they brought out that 8-bit once again, and they were able to really perform. Cyber Empire, though, they stuck with the same comp as last time, and it did not work out so well for them. It looked to be working at first, but, they simply were not able to maintain that vice grip that they had in the first round. They were just absolutely clobbering the safe. Now that there's no Byron coming out from Module 7, they're going to have to account for that. Perhaps not bringing out the healing counter this time. Of course, now that both teams know that this is a possibility and it's in the works, Cyber Empire, they could bring back the healer once again.
That is possible. That is possible. I'm sure we will find out soon enough how this is looking. But man, so far this league has been such a blast. We had one of the most intense matches so far. Earlier today was Module versus
Golden Age.
It was against Golden Age. Yes, thank you very much. That was very close, went all the way to set number 5. This one here is starting in a way where we could have a bit of a similar story. Obviously, not quite a reverse sweep once it's 1-1, but the opportunities are there to clutch up for both teams and get in advantageous positions.
Yep, and there's almost no telling, right? I mean, we saw Cyber Empire go down to Mood Gaming, and just a dominating victory. Mood Gaming, of course, that's going to be our final match for the day, coming up right after this one. They're going to be facing off against Golden Age. The thing is with that first match, though, against between Mood Gaming and Cyber Empire, it was not that indicative of Cyber Empire's skill level, because we've seen good performance from Module 7. Cyber Empire, they got completely swept. So it's definitely contrary to what we were expecting. Now to see Cyber Empire getting a leg up here on Module 7.
Yeah, this is definitely the chance for both teams here. I feel like, as I said earlier, they're so evenly matched that I'm just really happy to get to see the nice and exciting gameplay more than anything else. And I'm sure we'll get into that soon enough. But yeah, man, we've had some exciting matches. We'll have plenty more to come. This is only Group B. There are more groups, guys. There's Group C, D, and it goes all the way until H, so that's quite a couple of groups.
That is a lot of groups, geez. Yeah, and I think all on one day we have most of the decider matches, so we're going to see lots of well-established teams competing for the the second place spot to qualify for their region. Of course, the first step was the open qualifiers, right? So those players who made it in through the open qualifiers going to be competing for second place pretty much all on the same day. So a lot of knockouts. In fact, every single match is going to be one of those knockout rounds. So the stakes couldn't be higher. It's going to be exhilarating. Make sure you show up, and it's actually going to be on May 6th. All of those decider matches are going to be on May 6th. Guys, it's an excellent tournament. I mean, it's been organized in such a way that you have people from all walks of life, all over the world, all competing against each other. Everyone has a chance, I think, is the most important factor, because you don't have to be well known to be on the live stream and sort of make a name, or at least begin to make a name for yourself. That's something that maybe when we see like in the official, the Brawl Stars monthly finals, it's only the top 8 teams. but you don't get to see like a day 2 of the qualifiers beforehand. There are a lot of very talented players that just don't get to make it to the big screen because you know, there simply is only one stream for each monthly finals. But Gamestars, you got one every single day of the week to watch, and I couldn't be happier to be here with you, Teddy.
Yeah, likewise, man. This is a really nice experience and great opportunities for you know, both the players, but also, you know, for us and general spectators to watch some sick Brawl Stars, watch some newer countries, some more you know, like famous teams, some really nice stuff overall, a lot of variety, and in such a large quantity as well, because every broadcast is going to be lasting for a couple of hours, and that 5 days of the week. And yeah, man, it's just exciting just talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So with so much, you know, so much time to stream, right? And you know, so many broadcasts, right? That means, you know, practically everyone gets an opportunity to be up here, right? You know, have your games casted, that sort of thing, right? And of course, you know, I love to see it, people on the rise. It's always so exhilarating to see people breaking into the scene because, you know, firstly, it reminds me of when I was trying to do that, right? I played competitive for like all of a month, right? Like, yeah, I mean, my contract was $10, but it was something, you know. but hey, I got paid to play. I was a professional player. Was I one of the best? Not necessarily, but you know, it's still so exciting playing at that level and taking it so seriously and practicing every day, right? And it just reminds me of, you know, how I felt when I was getting into that. And you know, here we can see one of our players. I mean, this is our player that we had one of the interviews with before, wasn't Teddy?
I think it's a player from Cyber Empire. I think it's the Jaws, but that could just be my bad memory. So don't confirm it 100%, but I thought it was the Jaws. Maybe chat that is watching from YouTube, for example, can share it with us just to be sure. But I believe it was Jaws. I believe.
Yeah. Well, just as a review, guys, we are on set number 3. I mean, our players must be taking their sweet time in deciding their comps. Maybe someone's internet went out and they're running over to another player's house to mooch off of their internet. But, of course, we're still in set number 3. We're in game number 3 of set number 3 here on Snake Assault.
Yeah, indeed. It's an interesting map. It kind of reminds me of Double Swoosh, but crazier and bigger and all over the place. Just, you know, the little like swoosh like vibe.
Yeah.
I miss Double Swoosh, man. It used to be my favorite gem grab. I very, very dearly miss it, man.
What do you mean you miss it? It's not in the game? What?
It's in the game. It's not in competitive anymore. It's not in
oh.
competitive. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I mean, double swoosh, right? I love seeing in competitive, but I think, like, you know, after Gene fell out of the meta as a mid, you know, it was a little bit frustrating to play just because it's just so much Rosa with that irritating second gadget. That's practically all it is Rosa, and you know, maybe like an odd mid like Sprout or something, and it's like almost impossibly difficult to push into the right lane. So you know, I can understand why it was taken out, but you know, hey, at least we don't have any like really like sus maps in competitive.
No, it's quite alright at the moment, to be honest. I feel like they did a good job about it. I'm looking forward for like the mid-year changes, because I'm pretty sure they will, like, you know, switch some stuff up. But we'll find out about that. I'm not more aware about it than you are. I'm just excited for it, man. I like some fresh. I like some fresh stuff. I also like you know, the old school vibes, the more regular stuff, the more classic maps, I guess, the OG ones. So I don't know, I don't mind either. I think both are a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to see what's gonna be next for that. It's soon enough, man. The year has been going so fast. We're already end of April. It's mad, man. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah. I gotta say, like, maybe the only map that we can do away with is GG Mortuary, right? Maybe we can get rid of GG Mortuary. I mean, you know, you have to run the wall break essentially. Yeah. Well, I think finally we are going to be moving on.
Nope.
Well, never mind. To the bracket. Of course,
Oh wait,
Module
is that a forfeit from Cyber Empire?
Oh, well, it must be.
I mean, on the bracket it looks like it. I'll wait for confirmation, but on paper that's what it looks like. We'll keep you guys up to date. Not
That is
entirely
certainly an
sure.
interesting one.
That would be interesting indeed, but I wouldn't talk about it, unless we're 100% sure, just so we don't end
Yeah.
up like talking about like what it means. Oh, it seems like it might be a mistake, and it is still 1-1 in sets, 1-1 in this current set, and they are still playing. So never mind, no forfeit, guys, no forfeit. The bracket was just tricking us into believing it was, but it wasn't. We're still waiting for the players to ready up. They've been taking quite a bit of time here. Maybe some technical issues. Maybe they just need that much time to strategize. I don't know, but they're certainly taking that time. So soon enough, we'll be hopping in for game 3. It's been a little while since game 2 was done, but we got more time to play with.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm considering like bringing out my phone. I mean, do you think we have enough time for a game of bounty or something like that? I mean, get my warm up.
That could be very much possible.
I mean, bounty is 2 minutes. I mean, check my watch, which totally exists. Yeah, I mean, I think we got time.
Yeah.
Coming up into this next game. I mean, gosh, I wonder what they're doing. They must be like watching through the previous matches at like 3 times speed, just trying to get whatever information they can, doing their homework, doing their studying prior to this match. I mean, always being optimistic, hoping for the best, hoping that they're not just wasting time.
Yeah, maybe it's young players, right? It's Brawl Stars. There's a lot of young players. And sometimes they live with their parents, and then suddenly their parents are there like, you can't play anymore, or you have to come eat dinner. And it's happened to me before in tournaments where guys were just there like,
no,
they were never readying up, they were not replying anymore, and so we had to like forfeit them. And then afterwards they were there like, oh, why did you forfeit us? I was there like, you didn't play for like an hour, we were just waiting for you. And they were there like, yeah, I had to eat. And I was there like, okay, well, everyone else had to, just work around
yeah,
that.
I have to eat too. Yeah, that reminds me of, I believe it was EECA, or it was it was EECA, and we had like the 8th place team. Or it was like 8th seed or something like that. They did not play because they had school. And I'm just like, dang, what an oversight. Yeah.
I think I remembered. I think that was Southeast Asia.
Was it
I'm
Southeast
correct.
Asia? Yeah.
I
Yeah, it
think
was Southeast Asia. Yeah. Well, I mean,
that's
with that, I mean, yeah. Well, guys, with that, we got some highlights coming up for y'all to take a look at.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a bit of a break as one of the players for Cyber Empire was having some technical difficulties, so that was kind of slowing things down here. Yeah, I'm still joined by the one and only Ready Set. Hopefully, we'll be getting back into those games really soon. Just as a reminder, it's 1-1 in sets. It is 1-1 in this current set. So whoever wins this next game here is going to take set number 3 and basically run away with a bit of a lead for the rest of this match here. Ready, Set, do you feel like one of the teams had a bit of a more like convincing run so far in this match, or is it as even as it looks?
I mean, I think Cyber Empire, right? They had a really strong and dominating performance, and something that we've seen from Module 7 a lot is that once they get the momentum going, then they keep it going. We saw it happen versus Golden Age, right? Unfortunately, it was not enough to carry into the final set, but versus Cyber Empire, maybe they had started to get the momentum, and now that we've had essentially a 25-minute break, that momentum is all but gone. So they're gonna need some more tricks up their sleeve than just kind of snowballing and steamrolling their enemy. Cyber Empire, though, just overall, though, looked like they had a very consistent performance.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Cyber Empire won some of those games a bit more convincingly as well, whereas Module 7 had to really fight to be able to pick a couple of games up. And even though we're all tied up, Cyber Empire may be playing a bit better. But as you very well said, we saw that Module 7, they rely a lot on momentum to keep, once they win one, they used to win the next one and the next one and the next one and kind of try to steamroll their opponents. When it was against Golden Age, they started maybe a bit too late, that they were already kind of down to the wire. But here, they have a bit more space to do it. So if they're able to make it work, well, good for them. On the other hand, after almost 30 minutes technical difficulty break, oh, I had a bit of a burp. I've been having some struggles today. I don't know why. But yeah, after 30 minutes of a technical break, that's going to be slowing momentum down. I mean, that's a bit of a momentum killer. And that could be biting Module 7 Purple in the back. We will find out as we hop in now. This is once again Heist in set number 3. It's 1-1 in the set, 1-1 overall in sets. So keep that in mind, as it's gonna be Module 7 finding some initial damage with Gakbai, just not really contested early on, and he just got 25% damage for free.
Yeah, this fight is actually all over the place. 25% free damage. We got some pot shots coming out from Crow to deal a little bit more on the safe, and now we see Jesse dealing a little bit of damage with the ricochets onto the safe. I mean, it's looking pretty even here, though. It is very back and forth. It is not the same kind of gameplay that we were seeing earlier on. This is just like all over the place. Take a look. We're going to see Crow now finally get some damage. Going to jump. Oh, wow, a misplay there. We saw Crow try to get the damage from the jump, but was unable to do so. That is not going to be very helpful for Cyber Empire. I mean, that would have been a lot of damage for the Teddy.
Indeed, at least he does keep that super and can put it to use later on. That turret from Angel not really finding too much value. Both Jesse's trading each other out. Jack going for some more shots there. That's a lot of damage coming through. Gakbai just keeps melting down that safe. He is gonna fall himself, but oh, those two bounces will do just fine here for Angel. And Module 7, they take this game, they take this set, and they take the lead in this match.
Yep, and Module 7, finally, they're not having to dig their way out of a reverse sweep. I mean, that has definitely got to be refreshing for them. Cyber Empire, though, they were certainly impacted by that long delay because, like I was saying, that is not the same sort of gameplay that we saw coming out of Cyber Empire before our, long break for technical difficulties. So, this is going to be really advantageous for Module 7. They seem to, have a bit of trouble under pressure. So just now alleviating that pressure hopefully is going to give them that wiggle room that they need to succeed against Cyber Empire.
Yeah, that would be quite impressive, to be honest, because I feel like on paper Cyber Empire should be better than Golden Age, but you know, in practice so far today, it's really tough to say. In Module 7, for the first time of the day, they actually have the lead in a match. This is gonna be their chance to close it out and stay in the competition. We'll see when it comes down to that next set here. We'll have that new game mode and map on screen in a couple of seconds to show us where we will be playing this one. So yeah, set 4, quite an important one as well, as if Cyber Empire manages to tie it up, then it's gonna be 2-2. We'll move on to the 5th and final decider set here. It could go all the way once again, man. I wouldn't be surprised if it were. On the other hand, we've seen what Module 7 can do when they have momentum on their side. Against you know, in their previous match, they weren't really able to close it out, you know, against Golden Age. So even though they had the momentum, it kind of just fell off in the 5th set. We'll see, man. We'll see. It is a lot of fun though to try to find some you know, trends for a couple of those teams, what they like to play, how they like to play it. And yeah, it's definitely been a lot of fun, especially with so many teams in the mix across all the different groups.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely love to, you know, try and just remark on some of the trends that we see, you know, from the same teams. Something that we've seen from Module 7 is that, you know, the pressure does sort of start to get to them, but momentum is also a large factor. So maybe they do hit a wall when they get into that final set, because, you know, momentum is one thing, but there's no set after this, right? So if we screw up now, then there's no more, right? We're finished. And perhaps that is what happened in our first match of the day against Golden Age, because Golden Age, they seem to be able to complete that final set with you know, the same flourish they did with the first 2 sets. So, you know, Module 7, they would much rather win the match here and now instead of going to that final set. I mean, I'm sure any player would, but it is going to be easier for them to win here than it will in that final set, you know, regardless of what the map is or what their picks are, right? Just because this game is more than just the actual mechanics that you have in the game. It's more than the team compositions you choose and the brawler compositions you choose. It is in the end a mental game, right? And if you let it get to you, then you're putting yourself at a disadvantage.
Field goal is gonna be the next map here. That's obviously for Brawl Ball, as the name kindly entitles. Interesting map here, very open middle, quite a bit of bushes closer up to the goal, and kind of the classic wall of boxes in front of the goal, like you kind of expect from most Brawl Ball maps at this point. It's an interesting one. It's definitely a fun one to play at as well. You can have some very wide lanes because, you know, you can see the distance is pretty large from each lane to the middle, but you can also see people playing like closer up to the middle on their lane. So like the right lane, instead of going on the right side of the boxes, they stay on the left, so they can kind of help out their mid, and their mid can help them out mid more as well. I'm expecting some longer range brawlers on this one. I feel like that's definitely going to be doing well, especially on the middle. On the lanes, maybe something like a Sandy can do pretty well. Honestly, man, I feel like Max, Jean, and Sandy is like the kind of picks that just work so well on such a map. Like that comp is so strong overall, but just on this map as well, like Sandy is so good on lane, Max is really decent as well, and Jean mid works perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. You know, something that we've actually seen just from Cyber Empire is they like to run the Tara, and that's absolutely a possibility on the lane. You know, something that I like to relate Field Goal to is Backyard Bull, right? Backyard Bull, it's been in the official map rotation. It's like one of the OG maps in Brawl Ball, probably like the only one that's still around. But like Field Goal is pretty much Backyard Bull, except I mean, of course you have the boxes protecting the safe. You have, a handful of bushes towards the middle, right? Some opportunities for brawlers to peek out, but the key difference is you have these lanes that have a nice block of boxes and some bushes in them, and that is what opens the doors for the shorter range brawlers that we practically never see on Backyard Bull. I mean, on Backyard, you see the odd, like, Poco Rosa or, like Poco double tanks comp, but usually it can get pretty shut down by a longer range comp, especially one that involves B or something like that. Just, keep that in mind. Draw some parallels between Field Goal and Backyard Bowl. One thing that I absolutely do expect to see is something to break walls, because those walls on the side lanes can be pesky to deal with, especially if you're dealing with brawlers that are good at poking, like Sandy, right? They're good at just peeking around the wall. The other thing is those boxes in front of the goal. Unless you are completely able to crowd in your enemy, which can be tough if you're playing sharpshooters, you're going to need some form of wall break. So, expect the wall breakers, but also expect the tanks. Just a nice variety of brawlers that we see in these maps that are not as frequently played.
Yeah, for sure. And as we said so many times already, it really comes down to their ability to like improvise and adapt on the spot. It's kind of like quick strategies, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just think about it for 30 minutes. I mean, unless you have a technical break, I guess. But not usually. You're gonna have to be quite quick on those comps. You have to be quite reactive, and more than that, after game one, you can already kind of have an idea of how well your comp was doing, what your opponents were playing, and you're gonna have to adapt once again, because if something wasn't working out, you have to take that into account and adjust just as fast as you did before. So it is definitely a bit scary, a lot of uncertainty, but it does come down to a bit of a more instinctive way of playing Brawl Stars, which I don't mind. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it is a whole lot of fun. I mean, just brings back all these elements of, like sort of unfamiliarity with the game, right? You can't just rely on what you've seen before, or maybe, you can a little bit, but it's not going to propel you to victory. Like, literally just understanding the game on a deep level, understanding, this very complicated web of interactions between all the different brawlers. There's just, so much information to process, so many decisions to make. You only get 3 brawlers out of the 46, and only a handful of them are like, bad. So so that really does narrow down your options there.
Yeah, I think we were talking about you, Dynamite. Definitely one of those that just you never see. I mean, I feel like every other brawler in the game we've been seeing, like, here and there. You know what I mean? Like, do you think there's any other brawlers that just we never seen competitive anymore? I don't know. I feel like it's mostly just Dynamite. Oh, Shelly, that's true. Shelly, yeah, Dynamite, any other?
We even sometimes see a Primo every now and then, but it's not like,
that's
in
also a good
victorious situation. Yeah.
They're not very often.
Yeah, not very often. I mean, like, I don't know why you'd choose El Primo. He's a strange case. It's kind of like, he was like actually playable before gadgets came around. The thing with gadgets is, like, when you add new abilities, even if they're balanced, the brawlers who get gadgets that don't really complement them that much end up falling behind, just because everyone got a buff, but this guy didn't get as much of a buff. For instance, like, Primo's gadgets, he's got this, he's got a meteor, right? Okay, that can break open some walls for your teammates, but it does nothing for Primo, right? And it's slow enough that they can just avoid it. Yeah, there's also the suplex supplement that, just like tosses someone up in the air. That's really nice for, combining with your super, maybe, or something like that, or stunning someone out of, their attack, and you just have that on cooldown because of your gadget. But it doesn't, deal with Primo's biggest issue, which is that he can't close the distance between himself and targets. And especially if you're faced up against a B, you can do literally nothing, right? You're not fast enough, you don't have enough health to get close to her. She's gonna farm up a super and be able to slow you down, and then you can't dodge anything. She's gonna farm up another super. Just something to keep in mind, guys, with new gadgets being added into the game, is that it's not just about making a gadget like less powerful. it's like if a brawler gets a bad gadget and you end up just using the first one, then that's still kind of like getting a debuff, right? It's still kind of like getting a nerf because they could have gotten something so much better.
Yeah, I agree, and I really like the example of the Primo meteorite as well. That is just like, you don't want the map to be open as a Primo. That's just like, why? Like, I don't get it. I mean, maybe there's like, I mean, it is a fun gadget, you know what I mean? Like, at lower level than competitive, it just doesn't really fare well. And we are hopping in game here. Field goal in Brawl Ball as M7 are one set away from going to the next round. And, you know, on Cyber Empire side of things, not quite the same scenario. No Gene here in the middle. They'd rather go for the max. As we have a bit of a push now. Mason going for the super nice kill from Jack. Can this be turned into a goal? It might be. It's looking pretty good. Yep.
Yeah, that is actually quite surprising. I mean, you know, we see some very strong picks from both sides. Of course, the mirror match between the Sandy and the Maxes. But, oh, wow, could it end this quickly? I mean, we see Mortis is there for the M's counter. Wow, and it is over as soon as it started. We see Module 7 taking this first game, and that was so quick. I mean, okay, maybe it's safe to say that the preparation paid off. Maybe it was worth the wait, but I mean, that one was just over so quickly. The Mortis counter for the M's, it didn't do much to account for the Sandy, who was able just to punch through on the left lane.
Yeah, very well said, man. I think that it was just a powerhouse of a comp here coming through from Module 7, and Mortis wasn't really able to find any value pretty much anywhere. And it's so hard to like hold on to control with a Mortis, because basically, like with most brawlers, especially the longer range brawlers, when you're holding to control, you're basically poking your opponents. With Mortis, you're just like chilling behind a wall and kind of just waiting for something to happen. And the problem is with that is like you have to get in very defensive positions, because otherwise, you know, if you're not behind cover, you're gonna get hit from afar and poke down to your death. So your opponents can get a bit of a more advanced position and seize like a control advantage, cover each other's angles, and a bit like a game of chess in the end, you know what I mean? And just like cover each other, get into better positioning, and at some point have a setup to find a goal. It was really quick here as well, because the Sand winning his matchup very consistently, and the Mortis was just struggling to get anything done and leaving so much space open for his opponents to map.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing with more, right? Is that you know other brawlers they have they have long range. Mortis can attack target from very far away, right? It's amazing mobility. But you know, once he sees up all those dashes, he cannot get back to where he started. Whereas other brawlers just can attack from a long way, and they are exactly where they started. And that's why you know Mortis is he really struggles just to fit in on Brawl, and we saw it just at the tail end of that last game. But Mortis was not able to get back in time, and Sandy needed to get some assistance there. into this next game. Take a look. We already see that score from Module 7. You see similar comps from both sides, Teddy. We're running the Tank Central compo with the Poco for the support in the back.
Yeah, we will have some slight differences here, as in the Mortis, good damage from Angel, but it is going to be Cyber to be able to get a nice push going. That's actually looking like a goal.
Wow.
Will be indeed, and that's going to be tying things up here. 1 minute 40 on the clock. It's 1-1. What a back and forth game. It's going quick. The stun cancelled by Mac as he picks up another kill. Cacti goes for the bubble. Can't quite find the kills though. He goes down. Oh my god, the bubble bounces back.
Unbelievable. That is definitely upsetting for Cyber Empire. That is just painful to get double killed by that. Regardless though, we're gonna see this assault now speed up. Module 7, they're pushing up. They have the Poco and the double tanks. I mean, there is no coming back. Module 7, they have solidified this game.
Yeah, that is already it for this match, right? Module 7, 3-1 victory over Cyber Empire. Convincing stuff. I just feel like they kind of got the motor started way before than their previous match against I keep forgetting their name, Golden Age. So yeah, I don't know, the name just doesn't stick in my head. Well, it's such a logical name as well. But anywho, I just feel like they kind of got the machine rolling a bit earlier, and this time, you know, it gave them a bit more space to breathe. So well played to them. They take down Cyber Empire. That's going to be the end of their journey. But Module 7 will be playing yet another knockout round in the finals for the knockouts. But before that, I mean, actually a couple of days or weeks before that, we have today one more match. I believe we should be having some highlights in a bit here for this previous match.
Всем привет, меня зовут Алим, я капитан команды Golden Age. Мне 17 лет, я с страны Казахстана, города Уральск, брал, играю уже много. Мой первый тиммейт это Сиви Гейм, его зовут Аль-Фараби, ему тоже 17 лет, и он тоже с Казахстана. А второй тиммейт это Альпингольд, его зовут Руслан, ему тоже 17 лет, он с Украины. Мой любимый персонаж это Джин, на нем интересно играть. Альпингольда Пайпер, Евгения Тара. Мой любимый режим это футбол. Да, для нашей команды это первый большой международный турнир. У нас пока нету достижений, так как мы только недавно создали команду. Мы вообще мало тренировались, потому что у нас не особо много времени, так как учеба занимает много времени. Цель в этом турнире как больше много команд победить. Да, я знаю своих соперников. Команда Zero Zone, команда Килош Милан, Иксов Реагентс, потом команда Казаков, Скаулетс, Лас-Вегас и еще других. Хотелось бы сыграть с командой Лас-Вегас. Мы с тиммейтами в реальной жизни не встречались, так как я живу в другом городе, а второй человек тоже в другом городе, а третий вообще в Украине. Да, мы дружная команда, мы друг друга поддерживаем. Brawl Stars — это и хобби, и спорт. Всем спасибо, кто болеет, мы постараемся себя проявить.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a nice little break there after match number 3. We're going to be getting into match number 4 for today. It is the finals. We are getting into the first place match. It's going to be between Golden Age and Mood Gaming. Two teams that we saw really strong performances from, one more so than the other, Teddy. I think we had a pretty good performance from Mood Gaming in match number 2.
Yeah, man, Mood Gaming looked extremely deadly as they full-on swept Cyber Empire. They dropped one game in the process, and it was a bit of a game where they were, maybe getting a bit too confident, a bit, playing with their opponents towards the end. And yeah, we remember that game. We remember that game of Bounty on Canal Grande. But Golden Age, they definitely surprised us with a pretty stunning performance against Module earlier. So I don't know, man. I feel like Mood Gaming are, like, from pretty far the favorites. They have so much more international experience and renown. But on the other hand, Golden Age, they have nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in their player journey, I mean, we just watched that. Nothing to lose indeed. They only have stuff to gain however they perform. This is a massive win for them. And just take a look at our bracket real quick. Of course, we're about to get into Golden Age versus Mood Gaming. Our decider match is going to be played at May 7th, so make sure you stop by then. It's going to be all decider matches that day. You won't want to miss it. But on to the game that we have coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to be getting into set number 1 here on Nuts and Bolts. And Teddy, these are some pretty good looking maps, I gotta say.
Yeah, Nuts and Bolts to kick things off. We'll have some Hot Potato in Heist, Winter Party in Brawl Shooting Star for Bounty, and Dueling Beetles for Hot Zone. If I'm correct, only Winter Party in Brawl is not a competitive map. So we have 4 competitive maps, right? That is quite exciting. That's going to lead to, the teams being able to use that knowledge as much as they can. And here we go. We have Stu and Ruffs for the bans. I feel like they make a lot of sense. We've had a match earlier where those were the 2 bans as well. I mean, they're just dominant brawlers right now. Stu is just like a hard carry, right? It's a hyper carry. It just flies around the map and kills everyone. Ruffs is a bit more like a slow and methodical approach. You go a bit slower around things. You have to wait for the buffs to come true, and it's a bit like Surge, where you get stronger after time. Surge levels up, to the next stages, whereas with Ruffs, it's giving buffs to your teammates and getting them stronger and stronger at a point where you can kind of snowball your opponent. So I think the bans make sense. Do you have any particular expectations from this match, or maybe a wild take on what to expect from Golden Age?
Yeah, I mean, what I did not expect to see is a lack of a Barley ban. So, I mean, maybe we'll see Barley played. We didn't actually see it in our last match. They didn't ban Barley, and they didn't play Barley either. And Barley has just absolutely, shot to the top of the brawler rankings. He's like S tier now just because of that crazy range. So, if anything, I'm expecting the Barley to come out this time. But I mean, what we have seen between, Golden Age, right? They had been playing that Gene, they've been playing the Max, and they've been pulling it off just beautifully. But from from Mood Gaming, they've just been kind of doing whatever they feel like. They just play whatever comp they want, and they seem to pull it off, except for like a fluke here and there, where they're just really playing with their food. So, I mean, Mood Gaming, I don't know. We're getting into the first place match. Maybe since the stakes are higher, they won't be messing around so much. We'll just have to see. From Mood Gaming, looks like we have the Barley coming out.
Oh, but look at this.
and the
We have
Gene,
a
but
steal on Alpha Gold.
yeah, that's a banned brawler. That's no good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe we got the wrong ban on screen, or if he is just straight up playing a banned brawler. Let's just pretend everything is okay for now, and then afterwards we'll see what the ruling is from the referee. But early on so far, it's a pretty decent start from Golden Age. Mood Gaming, they are in that bold lead, and even though they don't have control right now, and that might cost them this siege bot, that would put them in a good position to get the third one. Although, if you look percentage-wise, they took so much damage already.
Yeah, I mean, look at Equak over here on the Gene. He finally has that pull, and now we see all the throwers backing away from him. Stu now leading the charge, gonna block those throwers from getting pulled by Equak. He's just looking for an opening, but it does not present itself. Though we do see Didi over here now pushing into mid, just trying to get a little bit of damage. Actually manages to get the kill on Alphengold, but I mean, does not look like Mood is going to be able to defend well enough. They have no one on defense. That is not looking good so far for Mood Gaming. I mean, we saw absolutely dominating performances coming out of Mood Gaming in our previous match. I mean, in match number 2. But this is a very different story.
Yeah, for sure. I'm still waiting for the ruling from the referees regarding Stu, because it was shown to us as a ban from Golden Age. So I'm surprised why they would play it if they ban it. But who knows? Maybe it was a UI mistake, or maybe they just play the ban brawler. Who knows? We'll see that from the scores as well. Because if you play ban brawler, you basically give a game to your opponents. In the meantime, it's true. Golden Age playing very, very well. I don't want to really analyze too much. Yeah, I see Golden Age ban Stu, Mood Gaming ban Ruff, but Golden Age just played Stu. So then I'm guessing that game 1 went to Mood Gaming. I'm not entirely sure. I'm still waiting for a bit of a ruling here to understand what's up, because that's what I was going to be saying. It's really hard to refer to this match or to the game we just watched. If Mood Gaming thought that Stu was banned, and they play like they make a comp accordingly, yeah, and then like Stu is in the mix, obviously it's going to be looking very different, because they didn't like prepare any way to counter that. So I'm not entirely sure who won game 1.
It is perplexing, and of course we'll have to wait on the ruling. Could be a strange ban format, perhaps not blind bans, perhaps it's not blanket bans. When you ban a brawler, you're banning it just for the enemy team. I mean, though, that is like very few brawlers banned, especially now that we have like 46 brawlers in the game. That is not a lot of bans, and that is actually why we see a lot of meta brawlers, right? See a lot of the most powerful brawlers, because you can't ban them out, right? You see at least 2 of some of the best brawlers in the game. So I mean, we'll have to get the ruling on that. I do find it suspect to ban a brawler and then play that brawler. Could be an oversight. It could explain the loss from Mood Gaming. Perhaps they, realize that it was a forfeit. If Golden Age is playing a brawler that they banned, so they're just not really trying. Because I do find it kind of out of character for Mood Gaming to drop a game like that, especially when we saw them playing some, less than optimal comps and still getting a pretty dominating victory.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not so sure. I guess we'll find out when you guys do. On the other hand, Golden Age, I mean, if this was a legal game, then it was a strong first performance for sure. So
Mhm.
it's going to be a bit of a question of how the ruling goes here. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. So in the meantime, we can only, you know, wait and see for how this is gonna be working out. That would be explaining the little break right now as well, since there is some figuring out to be done. Um,
Yeah.
um, eh, yeah. Besides that, I feel like it's really hard to get a lot of takeaways out of that game because there's such a big factor that is still a question mark for the time being.
Yeah, that's bizarre. Though, I mean, I would be lying if I said that, I haven't done that before. Oh, we're gonna ban a brawler, and then like, and then, but this comp is so good, I played it on ladder. Wait, that is a brawler that I banned, and I forfeited that. Yeah, yeah, but it's
Yeah.
embarrassing. It happens to the best of us. Sometimes it's a high, stress situation, and we make simple little slip ups there. Perhaps. Okay, so we have the info now. The info, so Mood Gaming, they still banned Colonel Ruffs, but the correct ban at Golden Age, they banned Bell. Interesting.
Okay, I did not even know that Bell was playable.
Loud, yeah.
To be completely honest, but that does change things around. So that would mean that Golden Age did win that first game in a legal way, I guess. Unless it goes deeper than that, and Mood Gaming were also given the wrong information, and but we will not know that for now. Anyways, Bell on the left-hand side is gonna be a ban. It's very curious because I thought it would probably be a global ban, and it not
Yeah.
being a global ban and not having been played whatsoever. It's interesting for sure because
Yeah.
not everyone has it because you have to pay it. Like even if you have a maxed out account, like you have to actually gem your Brawl Pass to get Bell this early in the season. So not everyone's going to be doing that, but on the other hand, a lot of pros will. So
Mhm.
I'm very curious to see how that's going to be, impacting the rest of the season.
Yeah, that's strange. I mean, let's talk Belle real quick. I mean, I have not seen her in a single game yet, and I've been playing, like semi regularly. I also haven't gotten her. I've been grinding the Brawl Pass, of course. Got to get my 2 daily quests done every single day. My 200 tokens, my token doublers that are residual from last season, right? But it does not seem to be helping. Though Belle, I mean, she's not like OP from what I've heard. I mean, she is good. She is useful as a sharpshooter, but I mean, Teddy, maybe you can fill us in on like what sort of implications Bell is going to have on our competitive scene as we move into the later days of this tournament.
I'm not entirely sure where she's at in the meta. She definitely is like all right. Like she's not like weak for sure. Like she's above average. But on the other hand, I feel like she might struggle a bit to find her place in the meta. In the sense that the meta is the most effective tactic available, right? And
Yeah.
if you look at her, there's a lot of stuff that she does well. She doesn't really do it the best out of everyone, if you get what I mean. Like, if you look at sharpshooters, I feel like Piper is still a bit of a better duelist. So why go for Bell? If you look at something that does a lot of damage up close and is really strong against tanks, you get B, and you wouldn't really need to replace that either. Like, you know what I mean? So you get a bit of that vibe. If you want something long range with like destruction, you can go for like something like a Colt or maybe even a Brock, and they might not be doing that much worse than a Bell. Likewise with Colette. So there's a lot of like competition when it comes to that sharpshooter role, and it definitely has an impact on how efficient Bell can be played, because there's so many other brawlers that are going to be better in a lot of scenarios, so you don't really end up playing Bell all that much. At least that's my analysis for now. We'll see, in other events such as the official Brawl Stars Championship, because you have 2 bans per team, maybe you can have some of those longer range brawlers banned, like Byron, for example, or stuff like that leaves to a bit more of an opening to get Bell on the field. But yeah, I guess that's something we'll be looking forward to in the next couple of weeks and months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it could even come down to just like what Bell's second gadget is going to be, right?
Yep.
Or whatever is going to be coming out. I mean, we still haven't gotten word of that. We are not still certain yet. And the reason I say that is so instrumental is because you know, Surge, right, has his place in the meta just because of his teleport. Just literally just because he has that teleport and he can be used to counter throwers. And we are getting some word actually that the match is going to be replayed because of the wrong bans.
Yeah, I was thinking so as well. That's why I was saying earlier that like it could be deeper than that, and maybe even Mood Gaming didn't know about the ban. Because I wouldn't really expect Stu not to be banned and them not to play him either. Stu is kind of like you ban him
Yeah.
or you play him, and I thought that was very curious and like a bit of a beginner mistake that I wouldn't really expect Mood Gaming to be doing. So it seems like that is gonna be corrected, and we are gonna be replaying this match. So only that one first game that is fully replayed. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's definitely gonna be a different story once both teams are actually aware of the current bans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, only time will tell. We'll have to figure out what's going to go on. I mean, it would explain the sort of the timid performance that we had coming out of Mood Gaming, right? Why they dropped that first game. Of course, quite uncharacteristic of them to drop a game. So the sweep could still be imminent, right? Golden Age, perhaps they've gotten an opportunity to get a little bit of intel on Mood Gaming and what sort of comp they're going to run, although it's only an advantage of one game, so perhaps that can't be a strat, right? I feel like that's kind of dirty. Definitely just a little bit of confusion going on within the tournament, and can't blame people because the stakes are high. This is it could be the closest one of these teams is going to get to going to the next round of qualifiers.
Yeah, it is definitely something that is going to be coming in play here, as we should be hopping in shortly for the rematch of that first game. We are in the finals if you guys are not catching up, and we have just reset the scores fully. We are ready to get back into the action, and this time indeed we have a Stu on both sides and a bit of early aggression on that left-hand side. It's gonna be won by RZM. He's able to dash away to safety afterwards, and with Equak back in the mix there to help out RZM, they might have that extra bolt on the left-hand side. RZM not quite going for it, but he will get it now, and the follow-up kill from RZM as well. First siege bot for Mood Gaming. Are gonna find some decent damage actually. This is quite a lot of damage. With a Yoshi wall from Equak, I don't know if he's gonna go for it. He could finish things. He's not aware. He was not aware of the one and only Yoshi wall. I don't know if you've seen that clip.
Oh, I have.
It's beautiful. And with 10%, like 3 sprout shots, that takes care of it. So he could definitely have done it. I think he just didn't think about it. It's not like they need to, by the way. They're probably gonna, they're getting this. Oh no, they're not getting this siege bot actually. Never mind. So it would actually have been safer to just go for the Yoshi wall. Basically, right above the water you see right here, you can place a wall, which is going to extend the range of the sprout shots. And it's actually going to put you in range of hitting that Ike from a safe distance, which is kind of ridiculous when you think about it. But yeah, maybe Sterling is going to be playing it. We'll see now. He's going to go for the defensive wall on the right-hand side. Not too sure what that's going to be doing because there's literally no one there, and there's a wall on the top right blocking the other sprout anyways.
Yeah.
But we have a bold lead for GL. Not going for that Yoshi wall might actually cost him the game here, Mood Gaming.
Yeah, perhaps, though we do see Mood Gaming. They're now gaining a lot of ground over here. They're going to pick up a few bolts. They don't even need it, though.
Yeah,
all
they're
they
fine.
need is DD on that safe, and that is going to be it. See you again. Not looking too pleased over there. Equak looks like he's just massaging his forehead a little bit because that game was giving him a headache. He's like, man, I should have gone for the wall, right? We just needed a little bit of damage there. It would have been really risky, right? And something that we actually see, a bit of a trend that we see between like these very high level players, especially very established ones that have reached the top ranks, is that they will not be so risky, right? That they will make more calculated risks if it's just them versus an entire team. They won't try to clutch as much, just because the odds of you succeeding on the clutch are pretty low, and just sort of from a larger perspective, it's not the educated decision to make, right? And that's maybe why we did not see the attempt for the clutch wall.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, because there wasn't really much risk about it. Like, it was very safe. The worst that could have happened is Sterling placing a wall of his own to push him away, which I think would have made the strategy like not possible if he put a wall in the bushes. But even then, I feel like he would lose a wall, but the opponent's Sprout would lose a wall as well, so it would still not be bad for Mood that have control,
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, we have Mood Gaming now pushing in with their first bot, and of course, the OP Sprout defense is coming in clutch, though it's not going to be enough to stop all of those barley bottles and Sprout.
Oh, he's doing
in,
it now.
And there's a wall.
Oh, is it not working anymore? Or is he just like going for regular shots? I think he might just not have been targeting the Ike.
Maybe so. Maybe he would rather go for Stu over here, because that would be a massive help to RZM. RZM now forced to fight with Alphengold here. Wow, the thumbs down. Yeah, oh, you love to see it. RZM gonna get that easy kill there, baiting out the dash from Alphengold. See you again. Yeah, not looking too pleased. Quick, as usual, cool, collected, knows what he's up to, and that is going to be this game, and therefore this set going to Mood Gaming, and the thumbs down coming out. I mean, I would be giving some thumbs down too if I were upset with the tournament, right? Because got the wrong bans, and it's a big hassle, and it's just all sorts of confusion.
Yeah, I can see how that can be a bit of an annoyance, but nevertheless, they take that first set quite convincingly as well. Much more control, much more damage, much more kills in general. We don't have the stats right now, but I can assure that if we get to see them, that's literally what they're going to be telling us. On the other hand, we are going to be hopping into set number 2. Not entirely sure what that was played on. I'm pretty sure it was another competitive map. I think it was Heist, maybe Hot Potato, if I have a good memory. Maybe we can get that on screen in a bit. But yeah, we'll find that out soon enough. I think those competitive maps are where Mood Gaming is going to be shining the most, because they just have a lot more competitive experience than Golden Age. Let's give it a look. Indeed, Hot Potato, my memory is just up there.
Off the charts.
Yeah,
Hot
absolutely.
Potato. Yeah, our next map coming up. You love to see this map in competitive. It's competitive classic. And, love to see how the strategies have actually changed up over the years. So what we're going to see today is almost a bit of a mystery, because the strategies nowadays vary so much, especially in a meta that's so balanced, though there are a few brawlers that are going to show up, no question. Of course, we're talking our Barley. He's definitely going to be showing up on lane. And Teddy, I mean, do you have any ideas for other brawlers that are going to show up on Hot Potato?
I think in the mid position, we tend to see a lot of Ricos and Jessies. Those are kind of like the two main picks for mid. Sometimes you see 8-bit as well. On lane, you can also see sometimes a BB or even a Daryl, or like as you see here, a Sprout doesn't do too badly either. Colette, not the most usual pick for this map. Besides that, everything is kind of up to standards. You can see the power of the Sprout here with those bounces. Is able to extend that range so much and cover some very weird angles. Equak taking a lot of damage early on, does manage to deal some back, but he's going to be falling down. Shredded out by RZM, and See You Soon is looking to scout him out of the bush. RZM doing a really good job at being sneaky and hitting some pretty nasty bounces.
Yeah, Rico is one of those brawlers where, I mean, you just like see all these angles and all these possibilities. It doesn't just have to be 2 walls that are up next to each other. It can really be any sort of obstacle that you can use to get your ricochets going. And I don't know, I mean, I always figured like Rico was one of the sweatiest brawlers just because of how hard you have to try to see all those angles. I mean, it's not like all intuition at a point. Take a look at our brawler cams, our player cams. Yeah, both players are very, very focused on very, very high intensity brawlers. Our first Colette super coming on the safe, doing a nice 13%, bringing the Golden Age safe down to 58% to 88%. And it's looking like actually Mood Gaming, they're falling back accordingly, right? They are not going to get killed or, you know, steamrolled or anything. They're right back in the position where they were before they made this big push, and they're ready just to set it up again.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on the clock. Mood with a 30% damage lead on safe. Aqua gonna widen it up furthermore with another nice, super good bounces from RZM, man. His shots are beyond on point. That wall is blocking off a lot of choke points, which is definitely one of the reasons you like to have Sprout on this map. Although so far, it hasn't been quite as impactful as Golden Age we're hoping for. Look at that, RZM was yet another super. He does go down, but that lead is by more than 50% damage difference now. Sterling finding a couple of shots down. I don't think there's all that much that GL can do about this one, especially since Mood Gaming, they're even looking to close it out, and they will do just that 4 seconds before the end as they take game 1 of Heist.
Gosh, RZM on that Rico just completely like just opened my eyes to what Rico can do. I mean, you see the Rico 1v1. I mean, we see Golden Age, right? They got a good Rico, but it's just not enough to contend with RZM there. I mean, they're shooting at practically the same angle, and RZM is hitting almost all of his shots, right? It's, you know, and we see RZM taking up 2 lanes at the same time, right? He's just keeping control, and I feel like, you know, that's why we still call Rico like one of the highest skill cap brawlers, right? Because he can do a phenomenal job, but it does come down to how you use him, right? And your individual mechanics. And it's not even a matter of muscle memory at a point. It is something that you really, really, really got to think about, and you got to look for those angles and those opportunities. And it takes a lot of finesse to hit your shots, bouncing them and ricocheting them off the wall like that. So I think based on that alone, you know, we're going to see actually Golden Age probably going to still have to contend toe-to-toe with Mood Gaming, right? They're still going to have to bring out the Rico for the mirror match. And then, of course, I mean, we're going to see a similar story from Golden Age, where they're really struggling to get past RZM.
Yeah, I think this is a really tough moment for Golden Age, because sure, there was a slight difference, you know, with the Colette mid for Mood Gaming, and the Sprout mid for Golden Age. But I feel like Sprout is probably like a little bit stronger, so it's not like their comp was bad. It's not like Equak was like dominating on the Colette. Like, he was doing his job really well, but it was truly like RZM shining on the right lane, as well as DD on the Barley winning his fights extremely consistently against his mirror matchup Barley. So I don't really know what they're supposed to do here. I would say, honestly, at this point, just go for a wild comp. Just go for something like triple tank or double tank and like a Rico mid. Something a bit more crazy, a bit more creative, because you need to surprise your opponents. Otherwise, Mood Gaming, they're going to take the second set.
Yeah, well, pretty soon here we're going to be headed into the next match, right? I mean, definitely going to be looking at our previous game, right, to try and analyze what sort of brawlers we're going to see coming up, what sort of strategies we're going to see. Probably, like I was saying, similar story, going to see the same brawlers, and, you know, maybe just like a different application of those brawlers. But we're going to be heading into the next game. Take a look at our brawlers. We see Golden Age. They're bringing out, looks like the same comp that we saw Mood Gaming with last time, and hopefully it works out a little bit better. I mean, I can't say exactly that Colette was the difference maker for Mood Gaming, but, you know, hopefully we see a similar experience for Golden Age here.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like that just yet, though, as so far. Mood Gaming have early control, they have the lead, and they are getting into some better positioning. Equak still holding on to that defense there. I don't know if it's the way to go, you know, with that Colette Mirror matchup. I feel like it's kind of like a bit of a mistake almost. Like they feel like, you know, I mean, they feel like they got outcomped, but I don't think they got outcomped whatsoever. I just think, you know, that Mood Gaming really shined. And look at that, Mood Gaming even more convincing. And that's what I meant was it was not the fault of the comp. You shouldn't have switched to a Colette. That was not the right way to go, because it was not the reason why they won. Like, it helped them because Equak is a good Colette, but it wasn't like, you know, an extremely strong pick on this map. It was doing just fine. I feel like Sprout was probably better. In my opinion, it was just, you know, they had the wrong interpretation of why Mood Gaming won, so they reacted poorly. But yeah, that happens, and experience is going to be helping out to fix that for next time.
Yeah, I think RZM on the Rico is one of like the biggest deciding factors in who won that matchup. Just because it was just so like clear cut. You could take someone who's never watched Brawl Stars before and say, like, you know, who's the better, right? Who's more mechanically skilled? And they would probably point to RZM just because, you know, they're shooting a practically the same angle, but RZM, you know, even though he has like much more aggressive positioning, he's not getting hit, but he's hitting almost all of his shots and, you know, getting really nice damage with the bounces. It's you know, it's really entertaining to watch. It's really inspiring to watch. And I mean, with that, you know, I couldn't agree with you more, Teddy. Just like it's clear that it was not Colette that was the deciding factor, and it was really just the interpretation of how to utilize that comp.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's really where the difference was. You know, sometimes it's easy to just blame it on the comps, especially when a lot of people are vocal about that. You know what I mean? Like, it's the biggest, or how can I say it? It's the easiest way to put the blame on the wrong place. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Because it kind of makes you feel like you're not like bad at the game. It was just like unlucky or whatever not. And that's not the case. That's not what happened here. And, you know, people, they can fool themselves, but they can't fool us. We are gonna be heading to the next one. Not exactly sure what is happening here. A bit of a celebration, I think, or what? Just a lot of laughing. It seems like that was a player for Golden Age, and Equak, a very different mood. Just looking forward to get over it and secure a spot in the next round.
Yeah, Equak has something else going through his mind. I mean, look at the Golden Age team, right? I think like. Yeah, looking straight at the camera. I mean, the deal. I mean, let's talk about Mood Gaming, right? These are players who are used to, you know, kind of being on the big screen, and so they see it, that, you know, they see themselves and they're like, cool, right? They don't really care, you know, or they make YouTube videos, right? And they already see their face everywhere, so, you know, it's nothing too special to them. But, you know, for Golden Age, right? You know, they were first place in Kazakhstan. That's already a massive, W for them. And now they are, you know, in a game against, you know, some of the biggest names in Brawl Stars in EU. So, you know, no matter how they perform, really, I would still consider this, you know, a massive win for them. And it's definitely going to get some attention for them, and hopefully, you know, give a boost to their career in competitive Brawl Stars in this region.
Yeah, this is definitely what they're looking for here. It's not going too well in the grand finals, but the fact that they are in the upper bracket means that even if they lose this one, they will be facing Module 7, a team against who they won, for another chance of qualifying to the next round. So it's not like it's done just yet. Even if they were to lose this next set or this entire match here, it's still playable. And this map looks extremely scary to me. Winter Porty is up next. I don't remember playing that very often. Do you have any comp expectations? Because I have no clue what to think about this.
We'll like, okay, so we could look for something more centered. We could look for something more centered around wall breakers, right, and get rid of those bushes as well as those pesky walls blocking off the goal. Another thing that we could see is, you know, some brawlers that are able to see through the bushes and, you know, really make use of the bushes. probably not going to see so much a Sprout, right? But probably some tanks, okay? Maybe like some Bull, maybe some Tara, maybe some Rosa, those kind of guys. Especially when, you know, the only way to really make your way through the map, the only way to even get to mid to get that ball is to go through bushes. So I would say Rosa is, you know, probably a possibility.
Yeah.
But then conversely, to deal with that, we could probably actually see the Colette coming out from Equec like we did in Heist. So, you know, just some expectations. No doubt Golden Age is familiar with this, that they could be going up against a Colette. Equec is, you know, very, you know, recognized player and is, you know, pretty much known for being good on Colette. So that's, you know, something that they should definitely be considering. It just goes back and forth, you know. Now Mood Gaming knows that they're expecting the Colette, so maybe they feel safe not to play it and play something else. So that's just the dynamic of this upcoming
I'm
game.
expecting a Tara, but it doesn't seem like we're gonna have one. Oh, we have. I was gonna say. I know that Golden. I was gonna say that Golden Age. We know that they like Tara. It's See You Soon's favorite brawler, but the Tara is on the side of Mood Gaming. So fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like since Stu is in play here, so you see he's got to play Stu. It looks like he's going to get taken down by RZM. RZM we've known to have excellent positioning. He's going to get in a very aggressive position, looking for... Oh, well, that was kind of interesting. I mean, this is nothing new. We've seen this from Mood Gaming before. They are playing with their food. But just, you know, taking a step back...
Their food being Golden Age. By the way,
yeah, look at this though. Oh,
but it's actually danger. Yup, that's a goal.
No. Oh no. Okay, so, oh well, RZM. Okay, you know, if you're gonna BM, do it right, man. But I gotta say that must have been a miscalculation there. Alpengold on the defense. He used that pull to try and get a kill there. He got the kill, but he opened up the perfect positioning for RZM to put that ball in the goal. Of course, there was a pass available to RZM, and that is going to be a big blow for them. RZM going to avoid getting taken down by Sterling. An excellent dash, and this is just the power of Stu, right? See You Soon also getting aggressive on the Stu, perhaps not choosing his fight so wisely, though. We have a 3v1 Alpengold once again with the pull and the spin from Equec.
Double pull there.
Wow.
That's a lot of value.
Yeah, massive
another
value
pull.
there. Oh no, Equec gonna take this one. Sterling though, look at him. He's smiling though because I think he's pretty happy just to be in this game.
Equec is saying hello.
Oh no way! That's great. Well, we could see that as we move on actually to the match point game in this next game.
Yeah, match point is gonna be the do or die situation for Golden Age. Once again, I want to remind you that this is the upper bracket finals. The lower bracket finals will be played on the 6th of May, if I recall correctly. And if Golden Age were to lose here, which is looking pretty likely, but you never know, if they were to lose this one, they would be playing the lower bracket finals against Module 7 on the 6th of May. So it's not the end of their journey. The only team that is not going to be coming back just yet is going to be Cyber Empire, that made it to last place of this group.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Cyber Empire. I mean, coming up May 6th, that's when we have all of those decider matches, and we're going to see the end of a lot of journeys, at least in the Gamestar League. But before that, we could see the end of someone's journey, at least for today. It's Golden Age versus Mood Gaming, and we already see RZM setting himself up for a scoring opportunity. Sterling got very aggressive there and unfortunately left RZM behind. Now he's going to look to get this positioning on RZM, though he needs to also take out his turret. Sterling, yeah, with the blank expression, he is kind of separated from his teammates. Alpengold also looking for this opportunity. He's not really going to be able to get this opportunity on RZM. That is going to be the first goal in the... Ooh, the lag walk. I mean, Golden Age, they know what's going on here. Oh, but they're going to give up this goal. And, I mean, a Golden Age, they're not going to surrender this opportunity to take a win here. Ouch, Mood Gaming, they are being so toxic right now. I mean, I'd say it's in Golden Age's best interest to just try and close out this game as quickly as possible. Oh, no. Wait.
He's rocking that Bruce haircut.
It was blocked by my microphone. Oh, a nice save by Alpengold, but I mean, Ekwak is having so much fun right now. This, I mean, Teddy, the player cam, it's got to be the greatest invention since sliced bread.
I think it is. Although, you know, slices of bread are nice. Player camps are adding a lot of value, you know. Like you know, I don't want to, you know, credit where credit is due. But yeah, the player cams are a lot of fun.
Yeah, we got some sort of dance party here at mid. I mean, this is just the extended celebration. Ekwak's having a really nice day right now. A nice smile. See you again. Also having fun. This is just you know the kind of fun that you have in friendly battles. Alpengold now like clutching it for the second time. Sterling's like, come on, man. I'm gonna open up the goal. Just please make it end, man. End my suffering. Look at both of these players. They're smiling, man. This is so wholesome, Teddy.
Yeah, they kind of know it's over. Ekwak just gonna be farming those stats a bit, you know, to stand out in his team, be the cooler guy. But it is gonna be the end for today as Mood Gaming take down Golden Age in a very convincing way. GG's to them. They seem like they had a lot of fun, man. That was a wholesome match to watch. Like they genuinely just seem to have a lot of fun.
Thanks, Equag, for the kisses, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, y'all, all these players, they need to take a bow because that was like my face hurts from smiling so much, man. Like that was so entertaining to watch there right at the end, man. That just the wholesomeness of that just made my day, Teddy.
Yeah, I very much agree. With that being said, we'll have a look in a second at our bracket for today, at the results of today. But yeah, Mood reigns supreme of Group B. I don't think they were contested very much. I think they dropped one game in the entire day, which, you know, is not too shabby for Mood Gaming, as yeah, they have not lost a single set. I think they lost one game to Cyber Empire in the first set, I believe, but that's about it. On the other hand, Cyber Empire, talking about them, not quite as lucky as they are out of the picture for this event. Likewise for I was to say likewise, but never mind. Golden Age and Module 7, sorry, still gonna be facing each other, as Golden Age is gonna be moving down to face Module 7 Purple for the decider. So Mood Gaming is going to the next stage of the competition. Module 7 and Golden Age still are gonna have to battle it out on May 6th. Cyber Empire saying goodbye. So those are the results for today. I think we had some really fun matches, even better than yesterday, I would even dare to say. Like some closer matches as well, which we always love to see, and a really strong Mood Gaming team that is looking very intimidating for the other groups as well.
Yeah, spectacular play from all these teams, and in fact, we actually have a player coming on for an interview. After these highlights, let's take a look at some of our highlights from today. Of course, Golden Age versus Mood Gaming. We saw a spectacular performance from Mood Gaming, most notably. Check it out, getting loads of damage on that safe. RZM just wiping out the competition. I mean, RZM definitely the standout player on Hot Potato, and Equak, of course, on the on the Colette. RZM putting that one in. I mean, this was just a very wholesome end to the match. Equak, once again, right in the goal. And, of course, who could forget the spectacular ending to this game? Maybe even a mistake putting that one into the goal. I mean, you love to see the wholesome highlights from these players, Teddy.
Yeah, I just want to point out, when he had the bear helmet, he wasn't wearing his headphones anymore, so there were no more voice comms. Just want to point that out. But guys, it seems like we are heading towards a bit of an interview. We're going to be interviewing Kakpai. In Polish, it's pronounced Kaspi. It's going to be in 2 minutes, though, so we'll fill until then. Fun story, by the way. I've known Kakpai for a long time. I know that in Polish it's supposed to be pronounced Kaspi, because it's actually a Polish name. But I always called
Yeah.
him Kakpai, and he thought it was funny. So we kind of rebranded him to Kakpai. So that's how he is to be called. If people, from Poland want to correct me, this is now how this name is pronounced. We have consent from Kakpai to call him like that. So, I do know though that it's supposed to be Caspi. That's something to keep in mind. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially since it's a Polish team, they are gonna have a lot of Polish fans that are gonna hate my guts for this. So I might decide to just call him Caspi because of that. But yeah, are we ready for the interview?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just.
It
we'll just have
seems
to
like
see.
we are.
Hey.
What's up, Caspi? How are you, man? I mean, how are you feeling coming off of that win and heading on to the decider match on May 6th?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm really glad we won the second match because we really had to. It was a bit stressful, but we did it.
Yeah, well, congratulations. I mean, surely you're really on the line. Just like one match away from getting to victory, but also just one match away from dropping out. I mean, what are you going to be doing to prepare for this match coming up in just a couple weeks?
I mean, I really hope we'll manage to scream a bit more because we didn't practice that much in the recent days, and I guess that's all we can do, really.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of ladder too, right? Because in Gamestars we've had some pretty strange maps that have thrown into the rotation.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like what is the strangest map that you recall? Like what posed the biggest challenge for y'all?
Oh, I guess the hot zone map that we actually won in the first match was kind of weird for me. I wasn't familiar with it.
Yeah, and that's funny because that's when we really started to see y'all turn around, right? And I feel like maybe coming off of that win right there, off of that victory where you felt sort of uncertain, I mean, surely you gained a lot of momentum from that, and we're feeling really good about the rest of the match, right?
Yeah, in the first match we had some internet issues in the first two sets, so it was nice to win the next one. It helped us quite a bit, yeah. But well, still didn't make it.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic. Caspi, it's been great having you here. Teddy, you got anything you want to say to the homie Caspi?
Yeah, man, it's been a long time talking to you, Caspi. Congrats for your win. Very much deserved. I actually do have a question, because you are going to be playing again against Golden Age, which is the team that beat you in match 1. Are you guys planning anything special? Like, you don't have to tell us any secrets, but you're gonna have to be studying that match and looking more into the team, right? Because they did beat you guys. Do you feel like you can beat them next time?
Obviously, yes. We are hoping for the best. I think without the net issues, it would be a bit closer. And well, yeah, of course, I will watch the replays many times with the teammates, and we'll try to find some strategies.
That sounds good. Well, congratulations, man. Thank you so much for joining us and for, being here, playing, and having a great time, I hope. We'll see you soon again. Sure. Have a good one, man.
Thank you, you too, guys. See you.
Right, well, you love to see it. Love to hear from the players, right? Especially the ones who, were struggling a little bit, but have now gotten on their redemption arc. Can't wait to see how Caspi performs on May 6th. Of course, that is in a couple weeks. That's going to be all of our decider matches. You won't want to miss it. You also won't want to miss it. Gamestars coming back tomorrow. Same time, same place. You love to see it. Teddy, you got any closing remarks for the lovely people watching?
Yeah, not too much to add. Thank you to everyone watching at home, and obviously to everyone playing in the event, everyone involved in running the event, making it possible. And yeah, big shout out to Gamestars as well. We will see you guys tomorrow, as Ready Set said. Same time, same I was gonna say same day, but that doesn't really work. So tomorrow, same time, same place, and have a good one, guys.